Okay, good morning. Is this working? Hello? We gotta do the audio test. Hello, can you hear me? Good morning. I can see in OBS that the audio looks fine, but does it sound fine? Hello. Okay. Great. What is Sablei's non-prankster ability? I think it's stall. Okay, great. Hello. Well, welcome to the Pokemon Gen 3 abilities tier list. We've never done an abilities tier list, so this is going to be very experimental. It might not work, but I think it will. What do the colors mean? Good question. I'll explain that in a second. The first thing I'm worried about is if there's enough tiers. I only made 3. I thought about this beforehand. I don't know if we're actually going to need more than 3. So it's just splitting the moves into meta-defining for like super good, useful for pretty much just has a positive effect, and then useless for basically has a negligible or a negative effect. I don't know if we need more than that. Can maybe add one more? I think we can maybe add one more. Does anybody have any suggestions for a 4th tier? Because as far as actively negative abilities, there's only one. I'll try to shook cheese in this one. I'm not sure what that means. A difference between amazing and pretty good? I forgot about this. Well, I'm glad you're here. Add bad abilities? That's pretty much what useless is. It's mid. Stall is also a negative ability? It is, but it's not in this game. Stall was added later. The Truant Crucible. Meh. Useful, useless. A tier for ones that aren't super good, but they're fine. I was like Trace and Shedskin. I was gonna put them in useful. We'll see how it goes. Useless for negligible, bad for harmful. I was gonna do that, but there's only one harmful ability. Truant is the only one that's actively harmful. In Gen 3, at least. We'll see how it goes. We'll start with these 3, and if we need more, we'll add more. I think technically helpful for those that have a use, but not a good one. Thanks, Shiki. Have fun at dinner. Spoilers. We'll go ahead and add. We'll have meta-defining. We'll have useful. We'll have not useless, and then useless. How about that? So not useless is for basically negligible, but I mean it does something. How am I handling identical abilities like Airlock, Cloud 9? I'm probably just going to put them together. There's a lot of identical abilities. I guess we'll make it blue. That didn't work. I want to add a tier. Add a robot. There we go. Okay, we'll make useless gray. There we go. Okay, we won't make it that gray because it makes it hard to see. Useless. We'll make it lighter gray. Okay. And then we'll make this one blue. There we go. Okay. Useful. Not useless? Question mark. And then useless. Okay. Use tier. Okay. Can we have one for outside battle mostly or niche like Illuminate? I'll tell you right now, Illuminate goes in useless. I'll tell you right now, Illuminate goes in useless. Okay. I think we can almost get started. So hello, and welcome to the Pokemon Gen 3 Abilities tier list. This is going to be a bit of an experiment because we've never actually done an abilities tier list before, but I think such a thing will be possible. So you might notice here, so your eyes probably hurt a bit staring at these very gaudy colors. What did I actually do here? So I tried to color code the abilities by category. So I split them into 3 categories. Red abilities are offensive. They help you attack things. Blue abilities, which you can see make up the majority of the abilities we'll be covering today, are what I consider to be defensive. So they'll either help you survive or depend on you getting attacked. And then the yellow ones are just sort of other. So they either do something that doesn't fit into offense or defense, or they have some sort of like out of battle effect. I categorize all of them by myself, so some of these might be kind of off. You can feel free to actually me during the course of this list, and maybe I'll change their categorization next time, or I just won't categorize them at all. It's an experiment, okay? And sometimes experiments fail. Alright, let me see if I can catch up on the chat. Did I miss anything? Illuminate can be considered actually harmful. Hi, YouTube. Abilities are static. You don't really get a choice as to whether or not you're going to use them. Well, sometimes you do. I guess if you have more than one ability to choose from for your species, you kind of have a choice. Like Tyranitar sometimes doesn't actually want Sandstream. In that case, you'll use Unnerve. And Unnerve basically does nothing. But you would choose Unnerve in situations where Sandstream would hurt your team more than help it. Are these based on their effect in Gen 3 or their current effect? So we are going to talk about that when we talk about the criteria. I guess we'll talk about the criteria right now. So how are we actually tiering these? I think similar to how we dealt with the moves, we're going to be tiering the abilities based on their current effects, right? So although we are... Probably got to redo that. So how are we actually tiering these? Similar to how we did the moves, these are going to be the abilities introduced in Generation 3, not necessarily how strong they are in Generation 3. So for example, Sturdy over in the S here. Yeah, so Sturdy in Gen 3 is complete crap. It does nothing. So what the description does... or what the description says is it protects you from one-hit KO moves, so yeah, it does nothing. But in Generation 5, it was given a massive buff to also basically be Focus Sash, which made it way, way, way better. And we're going to be considering abilities pretty much how they are today, and we're going to be considering them in their, like, strongest format, I guess. So we're going to try and take a... I'm probably going to have to redo all that. It's early. Sorry. Hope it's not too boring to hear these retakes. But we do have to keep the premium edit in mind. Swift Swim equals C tier. No C tier in this, unfortunately. But I'll tell you right now, the Swift Swim is really good. I I guess now's your chance to have input on the tiering criteria before we do a final take for this. But basically, it's going to be abilities. These are all the abilities introduced in Gen 3, and we're just going to consider how powerful they are overall, like after all their buffs and everything. Does anybody have any objections to that before we do another take of that? Now's your chance. I think you did consider past performance in the moves list. I did. A little bit. But I don't think, like, Sturdy is going to be worse because it sucked for 2 generations. There's also the question of signature abilities. So I think somebody mentioned it already. Airlock versus Cloud9. So they're functionally identical. But Airlock is Rayquaza only, whereas Cloud9 is on a bunch of Pokemon that are like real losers. I think I'm just going to put them together. You considered pre-nerf Explosion for one? Yeah. The tier colors match the ability colors? That's cool. Oh, yeah, I didn't notice that. I mean, yeah, all according to plan. Are these in a vacuum or in context? They probably have to be in context of the Pokemon that have them. Because, like, Wonder Guard is Shedinja only, right? So, Wonder Guard is basically how good is Shedinja. Golduck is not a loser. I have to disagree. Golduck is really bad. Okay, I don't see too much outrage in the comments. Outrage is a good move. So we'll go ahead and talk about the, we'll do a take for the criteria. Masuda didn't like that. Well, he doesn't like Golduck, right? He likes Psyduck? Okay, here we go. So how are we actually tiering these? I think similar to how we did the moves tier lists, this list is going to be about abilities introduced in Gen 3, not necessarily how good they were in Gen 3. We're going to be taking a holistic approach to the abilities. Basically, how strong they are overall, considering all buffs they've received and all formats. So that's competitive singles, competitive doubles, in-game. We're going to try and give abilities credit for everything that they do. One question is, how do we actually deal with signature abilities? And I think the clearest example of that would be Wonder Guard, right? Wonder Guard, obviously super, super, super powerful. You only take damage from super effective hits, but it's only on a Pokemon that has literally 1 HP. How do we deal with that? We'll see when we get there. We're actually going to have to answer this question pretty soon because the very first ability we're going to be looking at, Airlock, is the signature ability of Rayquaza, but it's functionally identical to Cloud9, which is not a signature ability, and is on a bunch of Pokemon that I would just consider to be losers. Sorry, Masuda. Psyduck sucks. We'll get there. What are the actual tiers that we made? I think 4 should be enough because there really aren't that many abilities. We have meta-defining for overwhelmingly powerful abilities that define the metagames they're a part of. We have useful for abilities that have a generally positive effect. Yeah, cool abilities. Not useless, question mark, for abilities that have very marginally positive effects or effects that technically do something. And then useless for abilities that functionally do nothing or are negative. I was going to have a negative tier, but it turns out there's only one actively negative ability. You can probably guess which one it is. It's Truant. I should also explain about the colors that are currently assaulting your eyes. What are the... I should also probably explain about the gaudy colors currently assaulting your eyes. I did my best to sort of split the abilities into 3 categories to try and make them a little bit easier to parse. So I made red abilities that are offensive, as in they help you hurt things. Blue abilities, which are going to be the bulk of the abilities we're going to be covering today, I consider to be defensive, so they either help you survive or interact with getting hit, is how I decided to do that. And yellow abilities are sort of support abilities that have some sort of alternate effect that doesn't fit neatly into either, or just, an out-of-battle effect, is how I decided to do that. Why did I choose those colors? Take a wild guess. Red, blue, and yellow. You can never escape from Gen 1. That's why. There's no particular reason. But I think most people associate red with offense, blue with defense, and I just needed a third color, so I picked yellow. Why is it baby blue? It was originally a much darker blue, but it was really hard to see the text, so that's why. Yeah, offensive to your eyes. Sorry. Suggestion for signature abilities. Rate them on I use this Pokemon for this ability versus I use this ability because I'm using this Pokemon. We'll see how that holds up. I don't know if that criteria will quite work. That's not blue. It's azure. Isn't azure a shade of blue? What about green? Could have been green. But I don't think it was green for emerald. Well, I did it this way because we're going to be doing other abilities. It's cyan. Stop arguing about the color. I didn't do green. I guess I'll put that in the edit, right? You might be wondering why the third color isn't green, right? Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. And that's just because if we're doing other generations of abilities, I want to use the same three colors. That's why. Okay, I think that's enough preamble, right? We can start the tier list. Azure is darker? I didn't expect there to be such a heated argument about what exactly this color of blue is. So I personally would call this blue cyan. How did I actually choose it? I just picked a color in Photoshop that was blue. That's it. It didn't actually have a name. I'm sorry. Let's check the hexadecimal code. We're not doing that. I'm not doing that. You can. I'm not going to. So I just have to record the premium intro before it actually shows the... I would do it at the end, but I don't want to actually give the tier list away, right? So just give me a second for that. That shouldn't take too long. Hello, you're watching the premium edit of the Pokemon Generation 3 Abilities tier list. If, for some reason, you would like to see the full live stream with the chat enabled, you will see a link in the description to the Imported Cheese Fresh channel. Please subscribe to the Fresh channel to stay up to date on the live streams, and also because I want to get to 1,000 subscribers so I can make money. Greedy streamer? Yeah. I think that's fine for a premium intro, right? Don't want it to be too long. It's Cerulean. That's a good answer. Let's go with that. Subscribe. Yeah, I guess if you're watching the stream right now and you're not subscribed, I don't know how that would even happen, but please subscribe, okay? We're trying to get to 1,000. The important thing about 1,000 is, in addition to the money, the actually more important part is that's when we get emojis back. So for now, we only have budget Onyx, but once we get to 1,000, I'll again be able to add custom emotes. Cheese has the whale Adobe products. Unfortunately, I have to use Adobe because my job uses Adobe. Pronounce Rayquaza the better way. Rayquaza, right? That's how you actually say it. Okay, enough dawdling. No, there's definitely a what's a better way to say enough dawdling? Is there any are there any meme lines about a character who can't wait anymore? Oh right, I got it right. But enough talk. That one, right, from Castlevania. Let's start. But enough talk. Let's rank some abilities. How about that? All of these are just in alphabetical order, so starting off the list is Airlock. This is the signature ability of Rayquaza. You can get mad at that. Apparently it's Rayquaza, because it's like Quasar. I've always called it Rayquaza. I'm sorry. So, Airlock is the signature ability of Rayquaza, the Green Dragon. It's alright. Alright might be underselling it. It's actually a pretty powerful effect. So, what Airlock does is it negates the effects of weather while the Airlock Pokemon is on the field. It doesn't actually stop the weather, which would be a much more powerful effect. So, I think it's just going to be a very solidly useful ability. It's very flavorful, right? Because the cover legendaries of Gen 3 are all about weather, and Rayquaza, Green Dragon is the canonical master of the trio. So him having Airlock is what sort of allows him to keep the other two in check. It would probably make more sense for this to actually negate the weather, right? Because then he'd really be the master of the trio. Airlock is functionally identical to Cloud9, which you'll find on a bunch of losers like Psyduck, I guess also Golduck, Licky. Pretty much no Pokemon that are worth using for the effect of Cloud9. Like, Cloud9 is a good ability, but not so good that you'd be able to use... Like, Cloud9 is a good ability, but not so good that you'd actually consider using the losers that have it. The much more interesting part of Cloud9 is the name. Cloud9 actually has possibly my favorite translation of any ability ever, which might not be apparent. So, the Japanese name of Cloud9 is no Tenki. So, no Tenki is just a Japanese word, and it means sort of easygoing or carefree, which is sort of reflected in the Pokemon that have it, but it's also a pun. So you can split no Tenki into two words, no, like literally the English word no, and Tenki, which means weather. So it's both easygoing and no weather. And they kept the pun in English because Cloud9 means to sort of be on nirvana, or to have transcended your worries. So absolutely S+ name, and it's an okay ability. Anything else to say about Airlock and Cloud9? I'm sort of, I didn't really look at the chat for much of that because I had a lot to say on my own, but let's see. I demand fluff. I don't know what that means. Isn't Airlock a clone of Cloud9? I feel like Airlock came first, right? Still didn't make Rayquaza better than Groudon and Kyogre and Ubers or doubles? Yeah, I don't think anybody's arguing that. Mazda wants to learn your location after the Psyduck comment. He definitely knows my location, right? I'm in Kanto. Mazda is also in Kanto. No weather? Yeah. Here's a comparison. Licky was a better Pokemon in Gen 4 than Politoed. One got Cloud9 and was never seen again, and one got Drizzle, made everyone hate the frog. Yeah, we'll be talking about the weather abilities soon. In town, Cloud9 is anti-meteor, literally anti-weather, right? Yeah. Forecast SS plus tier. I think you already know that forecast is not going to be that good. I think that's enough for these two abilities, right? Anybody have anything else to say? Excellent translation. That's honestly the most... I mean, like, who are the Pokemon that actually have Cloud9? It's Golduck, Licky. Is that it? There's something else, right? Because I looked this up yesterday, and it wasn't that exciting. In fact, it was so unexciting, I guess I already forgot. There's one other Pokemon that has Cloud9, right? Oh, Altaria? Oh, that's just a pun, right? Because it's literally a cloud. Oh, unfortunately, Altaria is not very good. The Hoenn Trio are the best legendary Pokemon. Maybe after the Megas, yeah. Or the Primal Reversions. Which are Megas asterisk? Oh, Drampa too. Okay. Yeah. So no good Pokemon actually get it. I guess we'll put that in the premium edit. So just to be comprehensive, the Pokemon that actually get Cloud9 are Golduck. So just to be comprehensive, the Pokemon that actually get Cloud9 are Golduck. Like, they're so forgettable, I literally have to do multiple takes of this, even though I was just told. for the sake of being comprehensive, the Pokemon that actually get Cloud 9 are Golduck, Licky Licky, Altaria, and Drampa. So yeah, no good Pokemon get it. Okay, we're done with these two. Next. Arena Trap. This ain't Pokemon Stadium. This ain't Pokemon Coliseum. It's Pokemon Arena Trap. Yeah, this is a ridiculous ability. Meta defining for sure. So there's 3 abilities in Gen 3 that influence switching, as in they trap your opponent. And we may as well talk about why trapping is so powerful here. So Arena Trap is the signature ability of, I guess you would say Dugtrio. That's the Pokemon who's best known for it. But the Japanese ability of this is Arijigoku. It's literally Antlion. So really, this is the signature ability of Trapinch, although it loses it as soon as it evolves into Vibrava. What Arena Trap does is it traps your opponent if they're grounded, which is every single Pokemon that is not either a flying type or a Pokemon with Levitate. Trapping your opponent is one of the most powerful... Trapping your opponent is one of the most powerful things you can do, especially in singles. Because singles is all about strategically switching to gain an advantage. And once you lose that option, you're in huge trouble. The Pokemon that makes the best use of Arena Trap is definitely Dugtrio. But Arena Trap was so powerful, people were literally using Diglett to try and trap people. Now, obviously, Diglett and Dugtrio aren't the scariest things ever. They're really fast, but they're not that strong. It should really speak to how powerful Arena Trap is, that you are super, super spooked by Dugtrio once you can't actually run away from it. Being able to trap and eliminate Pokemon at opportune... being able to trap and eliminate Pokemon at opportune moments is such a ridiculously powerful effect. I really cannot state... Okay, so being able to trap and eliminate Pokemon at opportune moments is such a ridiculously powerful effect. I really can't overstate how good it is. This ability was banned for how good it is. And it's not even the strongest form of trapping that we're going to be covering today, so get ready. Let me catch up on the chat here. Coliseum top tier as well. Unfortunately, a Coliseum trap, not an ability. Arena Trap banned since Gen 5, yeah. So good it was banned, yep. Literally only worse than Magnapul and Shadow Tag. Yeah, better than Magnapul, yep. Message retracted, I guess we'll never know. Stab Earthquake better than nothing. Yeah, I mean, Dugtrio is not bad. But its power definitely comes from Arena Trap. Do people still run Trick Room Trapinch? Did they ever run that? It was only used after Dugtrio got banned in Gen 5, but Diglett actually was indeed viable for a time. Yeah. Only worse than Shadow Tag, which has less restrictions. Rotom fans stay winning. If you're trapped in here with me, it's... Yeah, you're trapped in here with me. It's strong in Nuzlocke. I think Ghosts and opposing Shadow Taggers can switch out. Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get to Shadow Tag. Dugtrio has 100 attack from Gen 7 and 8. Yeah. Anybody have anything to add that we didn't cover yet for Arena Trap? We're going to talk more about trapping when we get to Shadow Tag. Did I leave anything out? I don't think so. Does Levitate block Arena Trap? Yes. If you have Levitate, you're not considered grounded, so you're not affected by Arena Trap. I hate Fire Red Leaf Green's Diglett Cave. It does make going through the cave really annoying, because you can't just run unless you have a flying Pokemon in the lead. Or a Pokemon with Runaway. We'll talk about that when we get to Runaway. Can you guess where Runaway is going? Right, so last thing about Arena Trap, and definitely the most important, Diglett Dig, Trio. Good ability. Okay, I think with that last comment, that's everything for Arena Trap. Air Balloon and Eject Button also work? Oh yeah, So, actually, what we should mention is that the ways to counter getting trapped. So, a couple ways to counter getting trapped by arena trap would be. So let's see. How to actually. So, what to do if you actually get trapped? Well, generally, your option is to die. But if you have a shed shell, you can leave. And if you use a switching move, so baton pass, U-turn, parting shot, those will still let you escape. So keep that in mind as we talk about other moves that trap you and prevent you from simply being able to choose switch. I think that's everything. And I mentioned earlier that levitate and flying let you escape arena trap. So I think that's everything. I mentioned at the beginning, how are these color coded? It's just blue abilities are defensive, red abilities are offensive, and the yellow abilities are other. They're just sort of utility or like out of battle, or they don't fit into one of the other two categories. And feel free to refute the coloring. I did these all mostly on my own. I asked the Discord for a bit of input, but most of these I just decided. So I might have decided wrong. I think that's enough for arena trap. Okay, next. Battle armor. The much cooler sounding shell armor, but they're the same and they're both in this game, so we'll rank them both at the same time. So battle armor and shell armor. They're okay. What do they do? Very straightforward effect. They make it so that you cannot be crit. In single player, well, let's see. So in singles and doubles, like competitive formats, these abilities are very whatever, especially since the Gen 6 nerf to crits, making them only deal 1.5 damage instead of double. Where these abilities really shine and where they're considered some of the best are in Nuzlocke. Because what is the greatest enemy of Nuzlocke? It's getting randomly crit. And if you have battle armor and shell armor, that'll never happen to you. Battle armor and shell armor are most effective on Pokemon that intend to stay in and set up. So I believe Mega Slowbro has shell armor and actually makes very good use of it, because Mega Slowbro, you want to sit in there and calm mind. And if you get crit, it really ruins your day, because in addition to doing extra damage, one of the big effects of crits is that they ignore all of your stat boosts. So all of your juicy boosts, they're just dust in the wind as your health bar slowly drains to zero and you read that text about taking a critical hit. Not gonna happen if you've got your battle armor or your shell armor. Reasonable abilities. Hard armor protects the Pokemon from critical hits. That wasn't the Gen 3 description. Imagine this in Gen 1, would have been good. Where is Cacophony? I don't see it. Cacophony's not in the game, right? It was like in the code, but not actually added. I guess we'll talk about Cacophony when we talk about Soundproof, because they're the same. S tier and Nuzlocke Gen 3 to 5? Probably still S tier today. Armor? Is this a JRPG? It was in Gen 3's code, yeah. But it wasn't actually in the game, right? I saw Cacophony when I was picking abilities for the list, but I mean, it's not in the game, so I didn't add it. It's the Gen 7, Gen 8 description? Yeah. We'll talk about how they buff the descriptions. Actually, I was intending to talk about that with the very next ability, Blaze. Imagine battle armor in Gen 1 auto crit? Yeah. Crits are 1 in 24 in Gen 7 and Gen 8, yeah. It's really hard to quantify how good these abilities are, because you can't really tell when you would have gotten crit. You just won't get crit. And it's hard to quantify how good these abilities are, because you never get a message, right? Like, oh, battle armor negated the crit. You just never get crit. So you never really have a moment where you're like, oh, that ability saved me. But it's there in the background, keeping you safe. Much like Surfshark, the sponsor of this video. It's not actually sponsored, but someday, maybe. How about that ad transition? We'll put an ad there in the premium. Okay. Anything else to say about battle armor and shell armor? No, I don't think so. Blaze is used in some cases. Torn is actually used in a Primarina right now, I think. Top tier ad transition. Okay. We'll probably put robbed samurai out of a good ability. I guess people already talk about the next ability, so we'll go to that then. All right. 420 BST, blaze it. So Blaze, Torrent, Overgrown. We'll also do Swarm because they're all identical. They just affect different types. So we'll also talk about how lame the ability descriptions used to be, because the Gen 3 description for this ability, remember, that's when abilities were added, so they're brand new and people are struggling to figure out what they actually do. Blaze just said, ups fire moves in a pinch. What does that mean? Ups fire moves. By how much? 25%? No. 30%? No. Oh, it's 50%. Okay. In a pinch. What's in a pinch? Is that when I'm status? No. Is it when I'm below 50% health? No. Is it when I'm below 25% health? When I'm in red HP? No. It's when you're below 33%. Okay. So you basically have to look it up to figure out what it does. So Blaze, Overgrow, Torrent, they're the default abilities of every single starter in the game. Okay. They mostly see use in speed runs, because in speed runs you're going to be using your starter and you're going to be trying to get your HP into whatever range it has to be to boost up your elemental moves. We're just going to put all of these moves together. Blaze, I think, actually does get to be the best because fire is the best offensive type of the starters. And what? We'll put Torrent right behind that because water is the second best. And congratulations to Overgrow. You're not actually the worst, because you get to be ahead of Swarm. In fact, Swarm, I think, is significantly worse because you're going to be seeing it a lot less because it's not on a starter, and also Bug just is catastrophic on offense. That's even worse than Grass. Yikes. In fact, I think Swarm is such a marginal boost, we may as well actually just put it in not useless question mark, because I think we're going to need abilities to fill that out, and Swarm, I think, fits there. Like, are there any good Pokemon that actually use Swarm? There's Pokemon that have Swarm. Scizor. You're not using Swarm. You're not using Swarm. And what's the other one? Escavalier? Escavalier also has Swarm? Use Battle Armor, bro. It might actually be Shell Armor. Who else has Swarm? Volbeat. Illumise. LOL. LOL. Poor bug type. Should have been good versus fairy types. I agree. I also, somewhat hot take, I don't think it's blazing, but warm take, I honestly think normal should have been effective against fairy. Because fairy is way too good, and normal, it just sucks. I think normal should beat fairy. This ain't a fairy tale, guys. Welcome to real life. Normal types, you just slap them with bills and responsibilities. Get out of here. It's real life. Normal. Oh, if Volcarona gets Swarm, you'd maybe consider that. But yeah, you'd probably use Flame Body. Oh, Heracross has it. Use Guts, bro. I like that idea more than Return Cut. I should resist Fairy. I don't know about that, but I should resist something. Game Freak, have mercy. I'm late as usual. Welcome. I think Normal is actually worse on offense than Grass because Ghost has an immunity to it. I don't quite think that's true. I honestly, I think Normal is better than Grass on offense, but that's only because so much stuff resists Grass. Okay, I think that's enough for Swarm, right? Or Swarm and the three, I guess, pinch boost abilities. There are times that Bug, Rock, and Ice may be buffed and Normal is now the worst type. Normal is not the worst type, but it is pretty bad. Ahoy! Welcome. Okay, great. Chlorophyll. Wake Up Slap should be strong against Fairy. Okay. Ice resists Ice, and that's enough for Game Freak, unfortunately, yeah. Elemental monkeys get those abilities. Yeah, I guess. I don't really think that's worth mentioning. Who cares about the monkeys? Okay, moving on. Chlorophyll doubles your speed in Sun. A large part of why Sun is generally worse than Rain. Whoops. So, it is a very strong effect. Doubling your speed in Sun is great. It's just that it's an effect that largely benefits grass types, and grass types overall kind of suck. The best user of Chlorophyll in Pokemon history would have to be probably Venusaur, right? Gen 5 Venusaur with the hidden ability Chlorophyll. Actually a menace. Congratulations, Venusaur. But overall, most of your Chlorophyll users kind of suck. Wow, Vileplume, it's coming at you at double speed. What are you going to do? Probably survive and knock it out. It's still a very good ability, though. I'm actually going to put it above Airlock. Anything else to add about Chlorophyll? Only good because Swift Swim and Sand Rush were banned? They weren't banned. Probably survive and also probably still outspeed Vileplume. Plus double growth boost. Well, I don't think anything had Sand Rush aside from Excadrill. And I don't think Swift Swim was ever banned. It was just banned alongside Drizzle. Vileplume is 100 speed after Chlorophyll. Oh, we'll talk about that when we get to huge power. But no, it has more than 100 speed. Because it doubles your speed stat, not just your base speed. Drizzle was never banned. Swift Swim was immediately banned in Gen 5. The combination of Drizzle and Swift Swim was banned. Like, you couldn't use them both together. I don't think either one was actually banned. We'll talk about that when we get to the weathers. Doesn't look like there's anything else for Chlorophyll. I imagine there's some people that are very upset because Chlorophyll is literally why we perceive plants to be green, but the icon I'm using here is red. Do people use Sunflora? No. Okay. Next. Clear Body. Functionally identical to White Smoke, so we'll do them together. In terms of abilities that prevent your stats from being lower, there's quite a few that only affect single stats, like prevents your attack from being lowered, prevents your defense from being lowered. But Clear Body prevents any of your stats from being lowered. Hey, that's a pretty nice effect. So I think we'll actually put it here-ish. I think it's well, actually no. We'll put it below the crit preventing abilities because these are really, really good Nuzlockes, whereas Clear Body and White Smoke are basically just a nice passive benefit. You never have to worry about, for the most part, Intimidate, right? Really, it's like, oh, you can't get intimidated. And you also won't get secondary drops from attacks like a Shadow Ball that might have lowered your special defense. Question, why in the world is this ability called Clear Body? So I thought it had to do with the Pokemon having like transparent see-through bodies, which somehow prevents their stats from being lowered. But of the Pokemon that have this, it's basically just Tentacool and Tentacruel that actually have clear bodies. The rest are like, what, Metagross? That's not transparent. The Reggies? I mean, Regice is maybe transparent, but not even. Regirock and Registeel certainly aren't. Is this supposed to be a verb? Like you're clearing your body of things that happen to it? What is happening with this ability? Somebody please explain this to me. I don't get it. I'm just going to put White Smoke below Clear Body because it's only on Torkoal, and also Torkoal is complete garbage, and you would be using Torkoal's other ability, which is pretty good. We'll get to that. Clear Body's better than the crit ones? Yeah, I could see that. Any help from the Japanese name? So the Japanese name of Clear Body is Clear Body. Yeah, no help. Does Clear Body stop Parting Shot completely, or does it just prevent the stat drops? It just prevents the stat drops, right? Your opponent still switches out. These abilities would be way better if they prevented... I guess we should probably, how do we say it? I won't say it'll make them better. An important note about these abilities is that they don't prevent self-inflicted stat drops. So just because you have Clear Body, you can't go around spamming Superpower or like Leaf Storm Overheat clones. You're still going to end up nerfing your own stats, which is unfortunate. It only prevents your opponent lowering your stats. Maybe it's a verb as in to clear your body of debuffs? Yeah, I asked that earlier. That's my best guess? I don't know. No Hammer Arm Metagross. Very sad. Alright, I think that's it for Clear Body and White Smoke. Yeah, okay. I saw it as debuffs passing through your body like it was clear. That's what I initially thought, because that's probably what happens to the first Pokemon I think most people would see this on, which is Tentacruel, because they actually are transparent. And then just every other Pokemon that has it is not transparent. I don't get it. The German name, it means neutral body? Okay. And the Spanish name was pure body. Okay. White Smoke Shell Smash Torkoal. Doesn't work. You still lower your own stats. And also, you're trying to sweep with Torkoal. Alright. Color Change. Signature ability of Kecleon. This is the Proto-Protean? So, Protean is one of the best abilities ever because you get to choose the type and actively get the benefit from it. Color Change, you have no control over this, right? Your opponent hits you, which then affects your type. How do you control that? You don't. I don't quite think this goes in useless. It'll be not useless with a big question mark. I'd say this generally is harmful because your opponent manipulates what type you are. But it's useless? It's not useless. You can make it good. It's 50-50. Arguably a negative ability. I'd say this is generally bad because you then lose the ability to use stab moves because you never know what type you're going to be. And your opponent can manipulate your typing to then knock you out. Not very good, but it's very neat, and there are occasions where this does actually mess your opponent up, right? They can't hit you with consecutive stab moves most of the time, because I'd say it's useless because you can't control it, but your opponent can't. I don't think it's not that bad. If only Kecleon had Mirror Move. Color Change seems so cool now. It is a cool ability, it's just not very good. Does it work for the first hit of multi-hit moves? I'd assume so. It's neat as a puzzle thing in single player. You never ever want it. Yeah, that could be one interpretation of it. Unless it's a dragon move, then not even funny shenanigans can help Kecklon. It's actively helpful for your opponent. Yeah. In most cases, I would consider this a benefit for your opponent and a detriment to you, but it's not strictly so I'm not going to put it in useless. I think this mostly was added so they could show off abilities. They're like, hey, it's a chameleon Pokemon that changes based on the attack it gets hit with. I think that's pretty cool. It's definitely better than conversion whatever number that Porygon has. Yikes. Yeah. Summed up in 2 words, cool gimmick. I think that's it for color change. Still no conversion Z. Z? Ban this person. Conversion Z! I'm back. I remember in Gen 5 on GTS negotiation, to ask for shiny Pokemon, you'd say, I want color change through the easy chat. Can you explain that to me? Z Heathens. It's Zed, bro. I think we covered most things for color change, right? Oh, you have a small list of possible words, so you have to pick a vaguely legible sentence? I want color change? I don't know if that makes any more sense than any other noun you could have used. I want... Nah, it's fine. I want thick fat. Okay. Next. Compound eyes. Very creepy. Very good. It's just that the Pokemon that have compound eyes kind of suck, but the effect of compound eyes is great. It multiplies your accuracy by 1.3, so you could sort of interpret that as increasing your accuracy by 30% of the move's existing accuracy. So more accurate moves become even more accurate, whereas highly inaccurate moves don't get as much of a boost. Very good on Galvantula to drop a 91% accurate Thunders, which is, I think, an acceptable accuracy. You'd be willing to take a 9% mischance. Very good on Butterfree as well, for making sure your sleep powder actually hits the opponent. Then you can start quiver dancing and patching up your awful stats. Yanmega, I think, has this. But Yanmega has other abilities you'd rather use. We'll get to that. A very powerful effect. And it even has an out-of-battle benefit that I think is a lot more obscure. If you have Compound Eyes, on your lead Pokemon, the chance of enemy wild Pokemon having a held item increases. I don't really know how that works. My best guess is that you're better able to perceive that they have a held item. I don't know, but hey, it's a nice, positive, passive benefit on Compound Eyes. Sure. But we're mostly considering in battle, and in battle, it's great as well. I just wish better Pokemon actually got it. Let's see what the Spore said. Galvantula with a 97 accuracy Thunder? That's not true. It's 91%, right? Meta-defining effect, but poor distribution? No, it's not that strong, but it's a nice effect. Who needs Spore Parasitic when you can use Sleep Powder Butterfree? Sleep Powder Butterfree is very accurate. It's basically Spore. Are the colors based on activation? Do you mean the colors of the colors that I'm using? It's red for offensive, blue for defensive, yellow for other is what I did. I thought it was tinted lens. Yeah, tinted lens is what Yanmega gets, right? Yanmega doesn't even get compound eyes, right? You mug them by checking the bulge on their coats? What do you carry in there? That's kind of creepy. Okay. Does Yanmega get compound eyes or not? I know it gets tinted lens and speed boost. Can somebody check? I don't think it gets compound eyes. Okay, it doesn't. Okay. Only Yanma. Lamau. And then it changes to tinted lens when it evolves? Okay. So, well, here's a correction. Apparently, Yanma gets compound eyes, and then when it evolves, compound eyes changes to tinted lens. Compound eyes is arguably better than tinted lens, but tinted lens is really good, and Yanmega is definitely way better than Yanma, so I'll take tinted lens. Okay, I think that's everything for compound eyes. Alright. Cute charm. Holy RNG. So 30% chance or 33% chance to infatuate your opponent when they make contact with you. So your opponent has to be the opposite gender, and it's still a chance-based activation when they hit you. So this basically never does anything. And also keep in mind that if they knock you out with the hit, then this does nothing, right? Because infatuation only lasts while you're actively on the field with your opponent, unlike other things like effect spore, flame body, or static that leave lingering real status effects. This thing's real bad. But I mean, is it useless? I mean, it does something technically. You might see this do something once in a blue moon. Maybe that's why it's blue. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It does have an out of battle effect where if your lead Pokemon has Cute Charm, it increases the chance to encounter Pokemon of the opposing gender. Does that actually matter? I mean, maybe. There could be a scenario where that's important if you're hunting for a specific gender, like you want like a male Ralts, I guess, but honestly, you're probably just going to be breeding for that, right? Who actually catches wild Pokemon that they intend to use? Filthy casuals. Good for shiny hunting? Is it? How does it help you with shiny hunting? I guess I just don't know. Good for shiny hunting Vespiquen and Salazzle. Great. I don't know about the Cute Charm glitch. No, what is that? Look up Cute Charm. Cute Charm allows you to force certain genders to appear. Is that the glitch? Or I'm assuming that's not the glitch. I know that's just how the ability works. It's a Gen 4 glitch. Okay. We should mention that. So apparently there's a glitch in Hard Gold Soul Silver where if you have a specific trainer code, it boosts your chance of finding shinies to something like 50%. Okay, well, I'm not counting that in Cute Charm's favor, but apparently that's a thing that exists. And this can make it easier to hunt for gender ratio Pokemon, like Vespiquen or Salandit, I guess. Where they're overwhelmingly male, but the male members of the species are complete chumps and can never evolve. Okay, I think we're done with Cute Charm. Okay, Okay, next. Damp. Something I would describe as damp? A wet fart? That's how I would describe this ability. It barely does anything. It prevents your opponents from exploding. So, for 2 generations, 3 and 4, where damp existed and explosion was pretty good, this was maybe worth something? Maybe? But since the massive nerf to explosion in Gen 5, where it no longer cuts your defense when calculating damage, damp has been really, really underwhelming. So soggy. Is it useless? Good in doubles. I mean, better in doubles, where explosion and such, like, spread power moves, like, do more, but whatever. It's explosion, of course, has a benefit to you, right? Because your opponent dies when they use it, so sometimes you actually want them to explode. I think damp is on Jellicent, which is hilarious, because Jellicent is a ghost type, so you actively want your opponent to explode against you, and damp prevents that. Hilarious. Yeah, not very good. Damp is so sad. I think the saddest instance of damp is Swampert, because its hidden ability is damp. What hidden ability did Blaziken get? A better one than damp. Yeah. I don't think there's a single instance where a Pokemon that has damp would actually choose to use damp. I think that's a true statement. Is there any Pokemon that has damp that would use damp over its other ability? I don't think so, right? I think I can confidently say Gen 4 Swampert did sometimes. Over Torrent? I guess. Golduck? Golduck would use Cloud9, right? Cloud9's pretty good. Did Gen 4 Swampert even have Damp? Because Damp is a hidden ability, and that was Gen 5. So no, Gen 4 Swampert didn't use Damp. It might have chosen to, but it didn't have it. I think it's enough for Damp. Very lame. Are there other abilities that Damp affects? I know it stops explosion and self-destruct. I think it stops something else, too. It also stops, like, I think, Mind Blown, that weird Ultra Beast thing. And Misty Explosion, okay. We'll mention that. Damp also stops Mind Blown and Misty Explosion. Wow. And Aftermath. Okay. Why does Parasite get Damp? I don't know, man. Does it stop Memento? I don't think so. Why would it stop Memento? Because it doesn't stop your opponent from knocking themselves out. It stops them from actively using moves that blow up. Okay, we're done with Damp. Okay. Drizzle and Drought. No prizes for guessing this one. Completely absurd, OP, meta-defining. Definitely intentionally, right? Because Gen 3 is the ability... Definitely intentionally, right? Because Gen 3 is when they introduced abilities. They slapped Groudon and Kyogre on the covers. And they're like, hey, you want to know how strong abilities are? This is how strong they are. These abilities have actually been nerfed. Prior to Gen 6, not only did they automatically activate Weather, the Weather was permanent until changed. It did not just last 5 turns. Completely busted, restricted to super powerful cover legendaries until Gen 5, where they were like, hey, we've added a new mechanic, hidden abilities. You should use this very clunky and annoying web browser-based Dream World mechanic, but if you do so, you can get Drought and Drizzle on normal Pokemon. And by normal Pokemon, I mean complete losers. Politoed, Ninetales, Torkoal, absolute jokes. You're basically playing 5v6 if you choose to use them, and you will use them because Drizzle and Drought are that ridiculous. The weathers are incredibly powerful, and being able to set them for free as you send out a Pokemon is absolutely worth using losers like Ninetales or Politoed. Ridiculous abilities, meta-defining for sure, some of the strongest in the entire series. Politoed was actually able to do things. I mean, that's just an excuse, right? That's just cope. Tyranitar did have Sandstream in Gen 3. We'll talk about that when we get to Sandstream. Yeah, people are saying that Politoed wasn't that bad. It's Gigacope, right? It's absolutely unusable without Drizzle. But since it comes with Drizzle, you may as well try and make it do something. It's better than Ninetales. And it's way better than Torkoal. Torkoal is atrocious. And you might reflexively be thinking, well, Ninetales isn't that bad. Look up Ninetales stats. It's pretty bad. And also notably, Ninetales loses to both of the other weather setters that you're going to be facing, right? It loses to the Drizzle setters, and it loses to the Sandstream setters. So that's part of why Ninetales and Torkoal are so horrendous. When I think Pelipper got their, Pelipper gets Drizzle, like, later. It didn't have it in Gen 5 when they first added Dream World abilities. What's this Ninetales slander? It's not slander if it's true, bro. Torkoal is the discount Fire-type Blastoise. Should have been counter-up, not Torkoal. I agree. I forgot this started at 6 p.m. I don't know where you are. What did you miss? What's the biggest controversy so far? So far, nothing that controversial, which is nice. People arguing over the blue color. Pelipper got Drizzle in Gen 7. Yeah, added later. Anything else to add about these? I have to mention that the best Drought user, well, I guess it's Groudon, but behind that, Mega Charizard Y, no favoritism here, but actually, it's the best normal Drought user. And the Drought Pokemon being so abysmal helps them not get banned. Because they're so bad that they might not be overpowered even with weather setting abilities. How's that for upside? Average Drought fan versus average Drizzle enjoyer. Tyranitar? We'll talk about Sandstream when we get to the actual Sandstream ability. Can I argue that Arena Trap is better than Drizzle and Drought? I mean, yeah, you can try. I don't think people will agree, though. I miss Weather Wars in Gen 5 and 6 triple battles. I don't. Oh my god, it was miserable. Let's take this opportunity to talk about what a lame name Drizzle is. So this debuted on a Pokemon that caused cataclysmic, world-ending floods, and they used the lightest possible form of rain. What? So the Japanese name of this is Amefurashi, which is literally like to make it rain. They could have done something with this. Could have called it downpour. It even would have started with D if they wanted to keep the alliteration between Drizzle and Drought. Call it downpour. What is this? Why does it sound so lame? And also, while we're talking about Drizzle and Drought, is it just me, or are Groudon and Kyogre modeled after barbershop equipment? They are, right? Groudon is like a razor, and Kyogre's tail is a comb. I can't be the only one that sees this. Why did they go with this design choice? I'm so confused, guys. I think that's everything about Drizzle and Drought. I don't think I mentioned Gen 5 Weather Wars, but maybe we'll do that with Sandstream, or we'll mention it here. I use my Groudon's tail as a comb, though? It's Kyogre's tail, bro. What barbershop equipment is Rayquaza supposed to be? I don't know. It was only Groudon and Kyogre. Called Drizzle Monsoon? Memes. The DNA of the soul. Okay. Aren't a lot of translations based on the English? I'd imagine they're based on the Japanese, right? Because the Japanese comes first. Okay. I think we're done with these two. Let's play today, USA. Still talking about Arena Trap. Arena Trap has one gen where it's even close in power to the Weather Setters and far surpass them everywhere else. I mean, Arena Trap's really good. But Drizzle and Drought literally are meta-defining, right? Especially in Gen 5. It was called Weather Wars because of these abilities. I guess I will mention that, so... I mean, this tier is called meta-defining, and it really doesn't get more meta-defining than Drizzle and Drought, right? The Gen 5 meta was literally called Weather Wars because of Drizzle, Drought, and to an extent Sandstream. There we go. Okay, next. Early Bird. You wake up twice as fast. So I looked up how this works, and apparently when you get put to sleep, there is... Okay, so... Early Bird halves the amount of turns you're asleep. So I looked this up, and apparently when you get put to sleep, that's when your sleep turns are determined, and it just cuts that number in half, and it rounds in your favor. So I believe like 3 turns of sleep becomes 1. It's basically discount insomnia and vital spirit. You'd much rather not go to sleep, but there is one instance where Early Bird actually does benefit you over strictly being unable to be put to sleep, and that is rest. Because Early Bird does interact with rest, and instead of sleeping for 2 turns, you will sleep for 1. I think we can go ahead and put this at the top of not useless. It has an effect. If you want to use rest on a Pokemon with Early Bird, you basically healed a full in 1 turn, which makes rest way, way, way better. Still not as good as an actual recovery move like Recover or like a Milk Drink, but hey, sure. I think somebody asked earlier why Houndoom gets this ability. So it has nothing to do with birds. The Japanese name is Hayaoki, which just means wake up early. And in English, the phrase for somebody that tends to wake up early is early bird, so that's why. Nothing to do with actual birds. I have to have this ability to do these streams because I wake up at 6 a.m. here to set things up. Why can't the viewers be in Japan? It's because nobody in Japan speaks English. Ah yes, Dodrio, my favorite wall. Now let me take a big sip of water as I look at these defensive stats. You could sleep for 2 turns. Or just 1. I can't do the dramatic stomp, I'm sitting down, sorry. The early bird gets the worm, so if you're the worm, sleep late. Oh, I get it. Okay, right. So you sleep... Well, no. Because the worm could... Well, no, okay. The worm has to be awake to be above ground for the bird to get it, right? So you're right. The worm should oversleep, and then the bird will miss it. You're right, my mistake. See, what if they ambush you while you sleep? I was thinking about that, but if you're a worm, you're not going to be sleeping above ground, right? So you should keep sleeping. Do you speak English? Is that a question to me? I think so. I think that's it for early bird, right? Anybody have anything else to add? I think that's about it. Generally just worse than insomnia or vital spirit, because you'd rather just not be put to sleep. But has a special synergy with rest. Oh, we'll mention sleep clause, I guess. That's actually important. A nice benefit to early bird is Smogon rules, which I know some people don't like, but there's a rule where... Another benefit to early bird... So Smogon rules, which I know some people are angry to hear about, have a rule called Sleep Clause, where you can only sleep 1 Pokemon on your opponent's team at a time. And if you get your early bird Pokemon slept, then you have all of your other Pokemon free from sleep, right? They can't be afflicted by sleep, and your early bird Pokemon can more easily wake up. So that's a nice fringe benefit. Doesn't really make the ability much better, but it's nice. Plot twist, he's been speaking Latin the whole time? That's a twist not even I knew. Why do some people hate Smogon? What did I miss? I think some people are just like, don't police how I play. And I guess some people think that Smogon's rules are too restrictive, but I think the restrictive rules are exactly why you can have complete garbage Pokemon actually have formats that they can be useful in. Because things are divided so minutely. Doesn't that rule come from Pokemon Stadium originally? I'm not sure. It might be. Pokemon Battle Revolution has it? Yeah. But I think Smogon added it first. Alright. Effect Spore. So this ability has been buffed. It used to just be a 10% chance to inflict 1 of 3 statuses, poison, sleep, or paralysis, when you get hit. And it wasn't 10% each, it was just 10%. And then they buffed it. So now it's an overall 30% chance, and the distribution is weird. It's not equal. It's, I believe, 9% paralysis, 10% poison, 11% sleep. Poison and paralysis might actually be switched, but sleep is definitely the highest chance at 11%. I don't know why they did it that way, but hey, sleep is the strongest effect of those 3, and it has the highest chance of occurring, so that works in your favor. I think we can go ahead and put this at like the very bottom of useful. You can't count on this to activate, but 30% of the time is, a fair amount of the time, and 30% of the time you'll afflict your opponent with a pretty serious status condition. Sure. The Pokemon that have it kind of suck. Well, that's not true. Breloom is really good, but Breloom is not using Effect Spore. Not when you can use Poison, Heal, or Technician. Who else has this? Parasect? Amoonguss? You have Regenerator. So, no Pokemon actually uses this, but the ability itself is fine. Sure. This is mostly annoying when you're knocking out wild Pokemon that have this ability, because then you get afflicted with stuff that you have to use an item to heal. Okay. 10% of the time for you, 50% of the time for the opponent. Yeah, Among Us, Spore, Sus. Yeah, go ahead and spam those comments. I never played Among Us, guys. Although, so Among Us is basically, it's just a variation on a game that I used to play. I guess it changes based on where you live. In America, we called it Mafia, where it had sort of a, a mafia theme. And in Japan, we call it the Jinro game, the werewolf game. It's the same as Among Us or Mafia, except the hidden thing is that people are werewolves. All the roles are the same. They just have different, themes. And I'm looking at speed dating events here in Japan. And like half of them are just group werewolf games, or Among Us, or Mafia. And I guess you're trying to find the person you like based on your interactions. It's just a normal werewolf / mafia / Among Us game, but supposedly through interacting with other people, you'll hopefully find somebody that you'd like to talk to afterwards. I ain't going to these. If you're a girl, it costs like $15, and if you're a guy, it costs like $60. So, no. I'll just try talking to people in real life. Maybe it'll work. True story, by the way. I'm not just making that up. Sounds like a scam? I mean, I could see that. But it's a very big industry. Not very big. It's an industry here in Japan, the speed dating industry, where you set up events where guys and girls get to meet each other, and the guys subsidize the girls. So that's why it's so expensive for guys, and I would say a reasonable price for girls, like $15 for an event is fine, right? Because you also get food and drinks. $60 for that is not fine. Tinder's free. If you're a 5'4" guy, it doesn't work, guys. All right, enough salt. Mafia was a spin-off of Werewolf? Maybe. I first learned about it as Mafia, but it's very possible that Werewolf came first. $60 to get a cute girl to talk to you? Not even. You have to talk to them. And they might not be cute. How could I say such a thing? Horrible. All right, enough of this. 60 pounds to speak to people? It's not, if you were to do it in pounds, it wouldn't be that much. It would be like 40 pounds. Short cheese? Yeah, you really can't tell in these videos because I'm always sitting down. There's nobody else in the frame. And of course, I sound really cool, but I'm tiny. I'm 5'4", 163 centimeters. I am minuscule. I have +1 evasion. You'll never hit me. It's enough saltiness. Let's talk about Pokemon abilities. Flame Body. Probably the best of these abilities that inflict status when you're struck. 30% chance to burn your opponent. Pretty big upside. To the point that your opponent might be wary about attacking you. It's not going to stop them. They're just going to be really upset if they get burned. I mean, would you play with fire? You get burned 30% of the time, if making contact. I think it's better than Effect Spore. Also has a very useful out-of-battle effect where it speeds up egg hatching by 50%. Really wish this ability existed in Sinnoh. In Daipa. It does in Platinum. Cool. Good ability. But not that exciting. Voice EQ game is on point. There is no EQ on the current setting. What you're hearing right now is what I actually sound like. But I do use EQ in the premium edits. So you are getting scammed by the premium edits. But right now you're actually hearing what I sound like. Charizard is also short. Yeah, people like to joke about being bigger than Charizard, and I can't join the joke. I'm smaller. Flame Body Moltres punishes U-turn hard. I mean, it punishes U-turn 30% of the time. Voice for radio, yeah. Although I feel like voice for radio is usually... I understand you mean it as a compliment, but it can definitely be an insult too, right? Like, wow, you have a voice for radio. Don't let people see you. Hey, I can live my riding Charizard dreams, right? Because I'm small enough for him to carry me. Oh, right. Face for radio is the insult. You're right. Voice for radio is just a compliment. You're also supportive. Thank you. All right. I think anybody else have anything to add about Flame Body? I think we covered it. Do people agree that it's the best of the contact status things? I think it is. I think it's a little bit better than static. A voice for print. I've never heard that. Okay, I think we can move on. Excellent ability? Okay, we'll add that in. Alright. In terms of Pokemon breeding, you could say this is an excellent ability. Okay. We're done. Alright. Flash Fire. So unlike Lightning Rod, this has always negated the incoming attack. So if you have Flash Fire, and you switch into a fire move, or your opponent just uses a fire move on you, you take no damage, and specifically your own fire moves get boosted. So it's not just a straight special attack boost. So obviously worse than having a stat actually boosted, because the benefit is so narrow. But the main benefit is that it negates the fire attack that you would have taken. Solid ability. It just gives you an immunity to fire, and maybe, if you use your own fire moves, those get stronger too. Sure. Honestly, I think it's better than Clear Body and White Smoke. Would you like to refute that? I'd be open to this being refuted. I think it is actually better than these two just because fire is such a prominent offensive type. So being able to switch into fire moves with reckless abandon, with reckless aplomb, not ambipom, that's good, is very useful. Also lets you eat Will-O-Wisp, yeah. Flash Fire, Scarf, Eruption, Heatran. Yeah, any type immunity is very good, yes. Any type immunity? Yeah, that's probably true, actually. And fire immunity is a good one to have. Finally, a counter for Sun teams. Heatran would be much worse if it had to eat neutral fire moves. Yeah, but there's probably... If you could pick any ability for Heatran, I don't think you'd pick fire or I don't think you'd pick Flash Fire. Obviously, you'd pick like Drought, but I mean, I'm assuming you can't do that. Bug immunity, try not to laugh. I won't laugh because then you block U-turn. Like, bug immunity wouldn't be great, but it's not that bad. Levitate Heatran. I mean, why would it levitate, though? But that's within the realm of feasibility. I mean, you'd say, like, you can't have an ability to negate a 4x weakness. Laughs in Primal Groudon. I wonder what the least useful immunity is? The least useful immunity. Grass, maybe. I'm not memeing. Grass. Same reason Lando T flies? I mean, Lando T is literally on a cloud, right? This is awful watching on my TV and commenting on my phone. There's like a 7-second delay between TV and phone. Sorry. Sapsipper. That's right, Sapsipper exists. But Sapsipper's not any good Pokemon. I don't think so. Never misses the grass slander. Whatever. Just give Heatran an air balloon to hold. Steel immunity because steel offensive moves are rare. You'd think that, but steel types are so good that steel offensive moves actually tend to be more common than you'd think. Guy thinks steel offensive moves are rare. You're just asking to get bullet punched, bro. How can you be named Silver, a metal, and not be shilling for steel moves? They're more common than you think, but they're bad. They're not that bad, especially since Fairy is Giga OP and Steel beats Fairy. What were we talking about? Flash Fire, right? I think we're done with that. Next. Forecast. Only one Pokemon has this. Cast Form. So this is basically asking how good is Cast Form. It's useless. This is going to be our first ability in useless. If Forecast actually increased your stats, it might make it to not useless. This is so bad. All Forecast does is change your type to match the weather. Whether it's hail, fire, whether it's hail, sun, or water. I can't. Whether it's hail, sun, or rain. And that then gives you a stab weather ball, which still does nothing because you're Cast Form. Horrific. It's useless. Forecast really should buff your stats the same way that Rotom powers up when it uses one of its forms. Why doesn't Forecast buff your stats? Why does Cast Form have to be so bad? There's no reason that it can't be a gimmick, but also at least passable. Ugh. Yeah, Forecast gives you stab on the weather ball, which I think I mentioned, but that's not enough, right? Color change should be in useless. Masuda doesn't like it. I think Masuda doesn't like Cast Form. Apparently not. Why is it so much worse than Wobbuffet? Why is what so much worse than Wobbuffet? I might just be missing part of the conversation. Why no sand form? I don't know, but I think somebody mentioned that it would be cloudy, so they can't change form. But it'd also be cloudy when it's raining, right? So I don't know if that works. In Sun and Moon Grass Trial, it's actually pretty good? No way. Lower color change? Justice for Cast Form? I think color change is better than Forecast. Because there are times where color change is detrimental to your opponent. Cast Form because it's also gimmick that got banned to Ubers? What? You're talking about... Wait. Hang on. I'm not following what's happening here. I can scroll up here. Why... Okay, why is Cast Form so much worse than Wobbuffet? Ah, okay. So, like, justice for Cast Form is what you're saying. Yeah, Kecleon's better than Cast Form. I'm overhyping color change? Color change is pretty bad. But, like, your opponent being able to control your type isn't that bad. So I think this plays into... It's coming out one of these days, guys. The super effective scam. Generally, super effective hits are not that important. What you usually want to do is just slam your opponent with really strong stab moves. So being, like, fancy and changing your opponent... Using a move to change your opponent to a type to then hit them super effectively... is generally just going to be worse than hitting them with two really strong stab moves. And color change might actually stop you from doing that, because types tend to, like, resist themselves. Which is why color change is not as bad as Forecast. Also because Kecleon is not as bad as Cast Form. Color changes is nothing. Wobbuffet is also a gimmick? I mean, Wobbuffet has arguably the strongest ability in the entire game. That's why it's banned. Justice for cast form? Guys, I'm not moving forecast up. Forecast sucks. Isn't cast form one of those Japanese weather dolls? It is. It's called a Teru Teru Bozu. We'll put that in the edit. So this is the weather doll that cast form is based off of. Yeah, Kecleon gets Protean now, so you would just use that. Move color change down? Wow, people really hate color change. I'll put a poll up. How about that? And then I'll put a poll up. We'll keep talking, and then we'll see if color change should move down. It's not worse than forecast, by the way, but we'll see if it will move it down to useless. We'll do a poll for color change. I'm not moving forecast up. That's not going to be a poll. Forecast sucks. So I think to actually activate a poll, I have to use the... Hang on here. I got to wait for the entire chat to scroll down. Sorry. Let's see. Poll. So it's basically going to be... Should... And pay attention to the phrasing here. So should color change move down to useless? And you have to choose yes or no. So the poll should be up right now. So should color change move down to useless? Yes or no? That's the phrasing. So yes, it should be useless. No, it shouldn't. Vote accordingly. Okay. And we'll talk about, I guess, guts while we're waiting for the votes to come in. That's forecast. I'm not moving forecast, guys. And it's still going to be above forecast. Forecast sucks. Yeah, it's still going to be above forecast. Okay. Guts. Another ability with a really lacking description that doesn't tell you anything. Ups attack if suffering. Okay, ups attack by how much? 25%, 30%? Oh, it's 50%. Okay. If suffering. What does that mean? When I'm below half health? When I'm at 25% health? Oh, when I have a status condition. Okay. You gotta look that up. Anyway, Guts is really good. Guts is real good. And it's not clear from the description, so not only does it increase your attack, it negates the attack drop from burn, which is part of why this thing is really powerful. It's so powerful that you would willingly status yourself to get the effect, right? You will choose to equip a flame orb, choose to equip a toxic orb, status yourself, which means you can't be statused by paralysis or sleep, so that's another benefit, and then you hit harder. You basically get a choice band that lets you switch moves at the cost of hurting you a bit each turn. Good ability. It's also useful in in-game runs, but incidental, right? I've seen people say that, oh, you should run around and try to get poisoned or burned just to have Guts activate. No, it's just a nice side benefit if you happen to get statused. Also, I think it actually works while you're asleep, if you actually manage to attack while asleep. So if you have like rest or sleep talk, you can still manage to hit while asleep, and you'll get the Guts boost, which is kind of nice. What is Guts' Japanese name? What is it? It's basically, it's not like courage or anything. It's basically just like, it's basically Guts. It's basically Guts. And I think this guy's the main character of a show called Berserk. I've never seen it, but I hear that it's good. Discontinued in Gen 2. No more Berserk genes. But he came back in Gen 8. Rest, sleep, talk, Guts, snore. Isn't snore special? Yeah, good on Obstagoon. I prefer to call it Gats. His name is Guts, right? I guess. I've never seen that show. Just use Protect with Guts for a free setup, but then you're having to use a move slot for Protect. The German name is Adrenaline? Oh, okay. Good anime, but new. Let's see what the Japanese name of Guts is. The ability. Let's see. Bulbapedia. Guts. It is Konjo. Yeah, it's just Guts. It's just Guts, guys. It's like resolute. Guts is a fine translation. And I guess we'll just add this. It probably won't be in the premium edit, but if you're not a native English speaker, to have guts just means to have, like, courage in the face of trouble. And we have a phrase like, no guts, no glory. Like, if you're not bold, then, you know, you're a coward. It doesn't just refer to your literal, like, internal organ guts. But I assume most people knew that. I just thought I'd mention it. Okay. We have 46. I was expecting Limit Break unsubbing from Weeb channel. Oh, you were expecting Limit Break to be like the name of it? It's not, sorry. 46 votes for the poll. How many viewers do we have? 63. I think that's well, the next, I'll tell you right now, the next ability, Huge Power, is going to take a long time to talk about. So, I'm going to end the poll now. I'm going to end the poll now. How do I end the poll? Here. Top chat. Live chat. How do I end the poll? End poll. I've done it. Okay. Can it show me the poll result? Okay. 59% for yes. 40% for no. Okay. Yeah, so... Okay. The people have spoken. Color change. Congratulations, you've been demoted to useless, but congratulations, you're still better than forecast. Now poll for moving forecast up? No. No poll. I'm telling you right now, no. Alright. Huge power. People love this ability. So it doubles your attack stat. And you might be wondering, why in the world do Azumarill and Diggersby of all Pokemon get huge power? And there is actually an answer to that. But to learn that answer, we're going to have to talk about rabbits, mochi, yokai, and also lunar lore? And they do say that the moon is made out of cheese. So join me on the moon, and I'll tell you more. Make sure I'm not blocking my face. And that's going to transition into the opening of the premium. But yeah, let's explain why this thing is called Huge Power. Okay. So why do Azumarill and Diggersby have huge power? So it starts, of course, with the Japanese name of the move, which is Chikaramochi. So that, as a phrase, means powerful, but what it actually is like made up of is the words chikara, which is strength, and mochi, which is to hold. So you literally have strength. But of course, you know that mochi is also a rice cake snack. So it also sounds like powerful mochi, and there is a yokai in Yokai Watch, good series, called Chikara Mochi, which is literally just powerful mochi. And he has a hilarious English name, Mochismo. Well done. A+. So that's part one. The ability name is also a pun that means powerful mochi. What does it have to do with rabbits? So, in sort of the Western world, I think we have a couple things about the moon, right? We say that the moon is either made of cheese, or that there's an old man's face on the moon, which doesn't exactly make you excited to get on the next, Bezos rocket to the moon. Did he even go to the moon? But in Eastern cultures, what's on the moon? Apparently, it's rabbits. And what are the rabbits doing? They're making mochi. So here's the whole sequence. There's rabbits on the moon making mochi. And the Japanese name for So here's the whole sequence. There's Japanese rabbits on the moon making mochi all day. Do they have day on the moon? Well, they're making mochi all the time. The Japanese phrase for powerful sounds like a pun for powerful mochi. And connecting all of that together is why rabbit Pokemon have huge power. Does that make sense? That's the huge power lore. Does everybody get it? Luigi mod. Yes, Luigi has ascended to a mod due to his contributions to Telefang. He's the Telefang expert. Welcome, Luigi. Yeah, it looks like there's a drawing of a rabbit making mochi on the moon. I'll include the images in the premium edit so it makes it a little bit more understandable. But yeah, it's wild. That is the entire sequence of why rabbit Pokemon have extra attack. Let's actually talk about the ability. So huge power, obviously really good. It has the effect of doubling your attack. What is it? Are rabbits a sacred animal? I don't know. They might be. I should probably mention this, but so let's see. Before we actually talk about the ability, there's a bunch of lunar rabbits just in Japanese lore. So if you've ever played the game Dark Cloud, that's why when you go to the moon, there's space future rabbits there. It's why in Yokai Watch, the Yokai Usapion, or USA Pion, is a rabbit that's also an astronaut. And he's from America, which is why he's called Usapion, because Usa is part of Usagi, which is the Japanese word for rabbit, and also USA, and he's American. That's cute. So huge power. Let's actually talk about the ability. It's deceptively good. So Azumarill and Diggersby both have complete crap base attack, but huge power doesn't double your base attack. It doubles your attack stat. So it also doubles all of your effort values and your individual values. And that's how you actually end up with a base attack that is way higher than just doubled base attack. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. But it's also, I think people sort of overhype this ability, because what it basically does is give you a good attack stat. I mean, why can't you just have a good attack stat to begin with, and then an ability on top of that? Wouldn't that be even better? But this is sort of a way for them to justify giving Pokemon with bad base stats a good base attack stat, if that makes sense. But as we all know, of course, it takes more than just good attack to be a good Pokemon. Otherwise, Rampardos and Light Ball Pikachu would be good, instead of absolute garbage, which is what they actually are. Why is Diggersby bad? Because it's a normal ground type. Why is Azumarill good? Because it's a water fairy type. Pretty good. Why does Mawile have huge power as a Mega? I don't know. But it got banned for being too good. Let's see. Let's catch up on the chat here. Huge power technically does more than double your attack. Yeah. Mario Odyssey is the example people are most likely to get. Oh, I didn't play Super Mario Odyssey. In Final Fantasy IV, there's rabbits on the moon? Okay. I was out for some minute, but what is the pinned comment? What pinned comment? I don't even know. Is it better or worse than Guerrilla Tactics? I think Guerrilla Tactics is better. Guerrilla Tactics is busted. Honestly, they create a problem that an ability fixes. Yeah. Huge power Regigigas. Mega Mawile gets it because it's 2 horns to be considered rabbit ears. Oh! Yeah, that's an interesting theory. Maybe Mega Mawile gets it because it has 2 horns that could be interpreted as rabbit ears. Maybe. That could be it. Even True and Regigigas would be an improvement. It would be, you're right, yeah. In FF4, there are also rabbits on the moon? Okay, we'll mention that. Toha's moon rabbits. Yeah, there's a ton of moon rabbits. Yeah. I mean, in instances where you can manipulate abilities like hacks and stuff, obviously huge power is one of the best abilities you can get, because you can give it to Pokemon that have good attack to begin with, in which case, it's completely outrageous. But in terms of the base game, like, it just makes what would be otherwise unusable Pokemon usable by giving them good attack. But I would rather have good attack and an ability. Very greedy. It's the moon rabbit making mochi thing, right? Yeah, it is. Oh, and I guess we'll also do pure power because it's functionally the same. It's just different in terms of flavor, mochi. In Japanese, pure power is literally yoga power. And I guess they didn't want to talk about yoga in Pokemon. They also changed meditate to yoga. They also changed meditate from its Japanese name of yoga poses. So no yoga in my Pokemon games. I don't know why they did that. Yoga fire. Yoga flame. No yoga. Azumarill is kind of the defining Pokemon. Yeah, Azumarill definitely has the best typing of any Pokemon that has huge power, which is why it uses it. I'm guessing they removed the yoga phrasing because it kind of has a very vague religious allusion. I mean, they nerfed extreme speed from Godspeed, so no religious allusions in my satanic Pokemon collecting game. I think people heard of yoga. I don't think it was like an exposure problem. I think it's because it's like has vague religious associations. And Godbird? Yeah, they also nerfed Sky Attack from Godbird. Okay, I think that's it for what we're talking about. Huge power and pure power. Everybody okay with this? I think we covered most things about it. Sleeping in thick fat Azumarill? What about Sap Sipper Azumarill? How about that? Okay. Funny how all references to religion are removed and then actual lore of Pokemon is all about animal deities. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, Azumarill might be one of the most buff Pokemon of all time. It went from complete garbage to really good through like a bunch of incremental buffs. Gave it a really good ability, then they just gave it the best, one of the best types in the game for free. Wow, thanks. Says the Charizard. Well, Charizard just got a bunch of buffs at once, right? It was basically just the Mega that took it from being kind of a joke to really, really good. All right. Hustle. Modern millennial hustle culture. It's poisonous. I don't know where I was going with that. Okay. Hustle. Modern millennial hustle culture. You gotta hustle if you want to make it in this world. It's whatever. It's an okay ability. I don't think it goes in not useless question mark. It's okay. It gives you a very significant boost, right? It gives you a 50% attack boost at the expense of cutting your accuracy to 80% of normal, which is quite a downside. But there are ways to negate it. You can go ahead and hone those claws in Gen 5 and beyond, which basically then makes it sword stance, kind of. It's not bad. You, of course, can always just roll the dice and hope that you don't miss, in which case you're going to do big deeps with no restrictions. So if you're lucky, this is pretty good. And you don't have to be that lucky. It's very possible to use Hustle and not miss, but it's also possible to miss. You probably will. Hustle interacts with Dynamax. Interesting. How does it? Oh. For some reason, when you Dynamax, it just ignores the accuracy drop of Hustle. Cool. As if Dynamax wasn't busted enough. But do keep in mind confirmation bias, right? So if you miss, which you'll only do 20% of the time, you'll be like, oh man, this is the worst ability ever. But 80% of the time, so 4 out of 5 times, you won't miss and you'll be using stronger moves. So I think people overestimate how bad this is, because it feels really bad when you miss. In Japan, it's called enthusiasm. It's called yaruki, like eagerness to like. It's basically like willingness to do things. Yaruki aru ne. He's got the will to act. Oh yeah, hustle Stone Edge. How lucky are you? Dynamax attacks ignore all accuracy checks. So fair. Who else gets hustle? I think the only Pokemon that get hustle that actually use it are Durant and Arctozolt. But how many hustle users are good users of Dynamax? I don't know. Nope, Slush Rush? I mean, yeah, you'd rather use Slush Rush if you're on a Hail team. What if you're not on a Hail team? Lopunny and Togepi. Yeah, Delibird also gets, and we all know that Delibird is tearing up the meta. At least everyone gets Dynamax when everyone is broken, no one is. I think that was their idea with Dynamax, right? That everybody could use it, except if you're already good, then you get even better. And if you suck, you don't get that much better. So it still helps good Pokemon more than it helps bad Pokemon. I think that's enough for Hustle. We may as well mention Slugma Grind Set. We'll do that. I'll just record a new intro for this one. So, Hustle, the millennial Slugma Grind Set, always hustling. It's okay. I was mentioned apparently on a 4chan thread, and somebody called me a Zoomer along with some ruder words. I'm 28. I'm definitely a millennial who has to hustle, I guess. And that's it for Hustle. I'll edit that together with the rest of the stuff we said. Yeah, I'm a Gen 1er. I don't know how they could have gotten that I'm a Zoomer. They must have never watched any of my videos. What? Okay. Hyper Cutter. Awesome name. Mediocre effect. So pretty much strictly worse than Clear Body and White Smoke. This only negates a single stat being dropped. It negates your opponent dropping your attack. But hey, of the ones that negate stat drops, attack is probably the most important one. So I think we can go ahead and put it, honestly, I think it's kind of worse than Hustle, but it's the best of these moves, or these abilities like Keen Eye or Big Pecs. Sure. I'm a Zoomer with a 120 base speed. I wish I had a 120 base speed. Hypercutter lets you cut grass in a bigger radius in Gen 3? Is that true? Wow, okay. Big trivia. Hypercutter lets you cut more grass if you use it outside of battle. Grass types just can't win. But only in Emerald. What? I think a nice buff to this ability would be to make it so Hypercutter also negated self-attack drops. Like you could still use Superpower without dropping your attack. That would be nice. And I think a very fair buff to make it not just a worse Clear Body. But they won't do that. Hypercutter should buff cut? I think they should just buff cut to begin with. Why is it so bad? It should also boost blade or cut moves. Yeah. Another interesting buff that somebody suggested, it could boost just cutting moves. I mean, we already have Iron Fist that boosts punching moves, so why not boost cutting moves with Hyper Cutter? Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Cut should be a steel type move, I agree. Or grass, or anything but normal. What? Alright, I think that's enough for Hyper Cutter. Cut should always crit? That would be interesting, yeah. If it was like a steel type Frost Breath or Storm Throw, that'd be very interesting. Let's nerf cut to a 5 base power bug move. I mean, it would see about as much use, right? Oh, Radical Red has an ability that does that? Cool. I think that's enough for Hypercutter, right? Okay. Illuminate. Imagine being worse than Forecast. So Illuminate does literally nothing in battle. What does it do outside of battle? It doubles the encounter rate if your lead Pokemon has Illuminate as an ability. So Repel, an item that people love and always buy as soon as they can in order to dodge, annoying random encounters, is a good thing, right? Well, okay. Well, how do we do this? Illuminating the bottom of useless. Okay. Illuminate. Should be pretty easy. Imagine being worse than Forecast. So Illuminate does nothing in battle. Literally nothing. And outside of battle, if your lead Pokemon has Illuminate, it doubles the wild encounter rate. So Repels are a consumable item that you will buy as soon as you can. Why would you want Illuminate? It's the anti-Repel. Do you actually want to get in encounters? Do you actually want to get into encounters? You can use Sweet Scent. And I would say that that's a use for a grass move, but Sweet Scent is a normal type move. Illuminate pretty much actively makes the game more annoying to play. Wow, what an ability. Illuminate should be a reverse Snow Cloak. It drops the accuracy of opposing Pokemon. That is a use that So Illuminate should be a reverse Snow Cloak. It drops the accuracy of opposing Pokemon. I think that is a rework that makes a lot of sense, and it's also one I never want to see because, wow, that would be so obnoxious. But yeah, that would be a huge buff. Could this technically count as an actively harmful ability? Sure. I'd consider it harmful. I don't want to get into random encounters. We should also note that Arena Trap actually has the same effect as Illuminate, where it increases the wild encounter rate if your lead Pokemon has Arena Trap. Except in addition to that, it's also a ridiculous ability with a very powerful effect. So, just makes Illuminate even worse. Look at the symmetry. Beautiful. It could have been cool if it let you explore dark caves without flash. Yeah, it would be a niche use, but it would save you an HM slot if you didn't know cave layouts well. Yeah, sure. Illumise might be PU if it becomes like Snowcloak. No way. I think if they were to actually make this drop opposing accuracy, it should be 10% like Bright Powder instead of 20% like a Cloak ability. That would be more fair. I think that's everything. Anything else to say about Illuminate? Pretty awful. Stack it with Bright Powder. Alright, we're done here. Okay. Any Starmie stands in chat? Why would it drop accuracy? Because it's like blinding the opponent. Okay. Immunity. Very straightforward. makes you completely immune to the poison status. So you could sort of think of all poison and steel types as just passively having immunity. But if you're, Zangoose, someone who really hates Seviper, you've evolved to gain immunity. And also Snorlax has it, which makes a bit more sense in Japanese because its Japanese name, Kabigon, involves mold. Kabi. So it's sort of like Snorlax has like an iron stomach and can eat anything without getting sick. That's why it has immunity. It's fine. It's okay. It's pretty underwhelming. I think it's better than Hypercutter, maybe. You just can't be poisoned. Sure. Snorlax doesn't care that much. It would much rather use Thick Fat because it also tends to use Rest, right? Which can clear poison anyway. And Zangoose doesn't really care that much about being poisoned. It would much rather use, I believe it has Guts or Quick Feet. Guts has Guts, right? You'd much rather actually get poisoned and hit harder than be immune to poison overall. Oh yeah, you can equip Immunity and Toxic Orb to show the opponent who's boss. They'll have no idea what item you're holding. Oh, Toxic Boost. Okay, yeah. Oh, so Zangoose's ability is Toxic Boost, which I think is just strictly worse Guts. Am I wrong there? Let's look this up. Toxic Boost. I think it's just Guts, but only for poison. But that might be different. Toxic Boost. Yeah, it's literally just bad Guts. So Zangoose's ability is actually Toxic Boost, not Guts, which is literally just bad Guts. It's Guts, except it only activates on poison. Okay. Flavorful, but worse. They exist to showcase double battles and other... let me scroll up. I think I missed some stuff as I was looking up Toxic Boost. Every time my Thick Fat Snorlax gets poisoned, it feels terrible, but then I get hit by a fireman. I think, never mind, this is fine. Yeah. They exist to showcase double battles and other abilities benefiting each other. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Toxic is very common, so it'd be very useful. Unfortunately, it's stuck in Pokemon don't really need it. Yeah. It's not a bad ability. It's not bad at all, but there's better abilities out there. And it's not like that big of an effect. When you go to Inner Focus, make sure you remember it also negates abilities like Intimidate. Yeah, we'll mention that. That's a recent buff, right? Fling Toxic Orb for more damage than using Toxic. Yeah, but only once. And at the cost of your item. I know you're memeing with that. Is negating Intimidate a recent thing? Yeah, it was buffed. It didn't always do that. Worse Guts is still Guts? No, it's... Worse Guts is worse Guts. It's not still Guts. A big part of Guts being good is that you try to shut down physical attackers with Will-O-Wisp to burn them, except instead of nerfing them, it makes them stronger. That's a huge part of why Guts is so good. So Toxic Boost is way worse than Guts. Is there an immunity Limber own tempo for burn? Yes, it's called Water Veil. Toxic Boost Zangoose can one-shot Toxapex after Swords Dance. It's good, but you'd rather have Guts. Yeah. So I'll mention this as well. So Poison Boost being a worse version of Guts, it's a way worse version because a major part of why Guts is so good is that you shut down physical attackers by burning them with Will-O-Wisp, right? Except if they have Guts, they don't get weaker, they get stronger. And if you burn a Toxic Boost Zangoose, then it actually just loses attack. So it's bad. It's way worse than Guts. And we're talking about immunity anyway. Toxic Boost is a later list. There we go. All right. Inner Focus. Prevents you from flinching, which is very useful. And it also got buffed that it specifically negates the attack drop of Intimidate. Pretty good ability. Intimidate is everywhere. And Fake Out as a guaranteed flinch is also fairly common, especially in doubles. So I think Inner Focus is actually, I'm actually going to put it here-ish? no, it's not better than Cloud9, but it's actually a very, very significant effect. Especially in doubles, because both Fake Out and Intimidate are absolutely everywhere, and Inner Focus negates them both. Good ability. Anything else to add about Inner Focus? I see most Pokemon with Guts just use Flame Orb, Toxic Orb. I rarely see what you say happens. Oh, you mean like absorbing status with a Guts user? That definitely happens. Why do so many cat Pokemon learn Fake Out anyway? There is an answer to that. It's because the Japanese name is Nekodamashi, which is a sumo technique that includes the word cat. That's why. We'll talk about that more when we do the Gen 3 moves list and talk about Fake Out. Why is Dragonite so focused? I don't know, man. Anything else to add about Inner Focus? I think we're all okay on this. Okay, next. Cat Clap. It's like closer to Cat Trickery, I think. But yeah, we'll talk about that in the Gen 3 moves list. Okay. Insomnia, and we'll do Vital Spirit at the same time because they're exactly the same. So we just talked about immunity, which gives us immunity to a status condition, poison. Insomnia, I think, is significantly better because sleep is a much more debilitating condition. Like, you really don't want to be asleep in most cases. So I'm actually going to put this... Where to put this? This is pretty good. I'm actually going to put this here? Maybe? We're staying awake. Hit me with that spore. I don't care. Hit me with that sleep powder. I don't care. Hit me with a modern Pokemon game. I don't care. I'm staying up. Yeah, so we will mention Insomnia and Vital Spirit do have a downside, which is that if you have these abilities, you literally cannot use Rest. It's not that much of a downside, but you do have to keep that in mind, and it's why Early Bird isn't strictly outclassed, because you can combo Early Bird and Rest. Chad Delibird gets Vital Spirit and Insomnia and Hustle. He's bringing you those presents no matter what. He's only got one night to deliver everything. He's got to work. Finally, a woke ability. Game Freak was ahead of the curve. They were woke in Gen 3. Wouldn't a modern game put you to sleep? Yes, I'm saying it would put me to sleep. So, because I have Insomnia and Vital Spirit, I'm not going to sleep. Does anyone use Delibird? No. I'm super late. How's it going? It's going well. I think it's going well. Welcome. Anything else to say about Insomnia and Vital Spirit? I think this placement is good. Very solid abilities. I guess we can also mention there's a very unique grass move called Worry Seed that gives the target insomnia, which is generally a benefit to the target, so you don't want to use it on your opponents, you want to use it on your partners in doubles. Is it worth using a turn to give your partner insomnia? No. But you can, I guess. Try and negate Truant with it? Yeah. I thought we should mention Worry Seed. Okay. Darkrai counter. I mean, Darkrai got countered by the Dark Void Destruction. We need to reduce the accuracy of Dark Void. How much? By 30%. Yikes. Isn't sleep banned or limited in VGC anyway? I think in VGC you can sleep anything you want, right? You just spam Dark Void. It was really dumb. It enables Regigigas. I mean, I guess. Good luck. Dark Void got buffed in Legends Arceus? Yeah, but Legends Arceus just has completely different moves in a lot of cases. Okay, let's move on. I thought about this for a while, and I think I've come to a conclusion that most people will agree with. It's pretty straightforward. I think Intimidate might actually be the best ability in the history of the game. Overall. Because it's on a bunch of different Pokemon, and it just does so much for you in so many different situations. In doubles, it is the best ability, right? End of story. I don't want to hear anything else. In singles, it's very, very good. And in Nuzlocke, like challenge runs, it's probably the best ability because you use it with like switching to nerf an enemy's attack to the point where you can set up just to help you survive. There's so many uses for Intimidate. It's incredible. And what's the actual effect of Intimidate? Lowers your opponent's attack by 1. It's literally, it's Growl. It's Growl, a move you would never ever use, but it's free. And because it's free, it's actually incredible. I think Intimidate takes the honor of being, I would say, not only the best ability in Gen 3, just the best ability in the series overall. Like, it's so ubiquitous. Think of how many abilities interact specifically with Intimidate. So, Inner Focus was buffed to negate specifically Intimidate. There's another one, too. We haven't covered it yet, but where it's on here. Where is it? Own Tempo. Own Tempo was also buffed specifically to negate Intimidate. Adrenaline Orb is an item that only activates if you get intimidated. Game Freak knows how powerful Intimidate is. Let's see what the chat says. Over weather? Yeah, I think it's more powerful than the weather. Because it has such wide uses. It's used in so many different aspects of the game. Just because Drizzle affects the entire team, it's one of the best in casual play as well. Countered by Hypercutter, worst available 10 out of 10. Landorus T. In doubles, yeah. I used Arcanine with Intimidate. Do you think Special Intimidate would be balanced, necessary, etc.? I think it would probably be worse overall. Because physical attacks tend to be better. You don't see too many teams that have entire strategy revolve around Intimidate. Literally every doubles battle. Better than Shadow Tag? I think Shadow Tag is better in singles. Intrepid Sword might be better. Intrepid Sword is super OP. Yeah, Intrepid Sword maybe is better. Does Oblivious also negate Intimidate? Oblivious negates Taunt. Let me check that. I checked this last night, but I might be misremembering. But I'm pretty sure Oblivious only negates Taunt, and Own Tempo negates Intimidate. Because I remember being surprised, like, well, Own Tempo negates... Oblivious blocks Intimidate. I think Own Tempo also blocks it? Yeah, Own Tempo also blocks Intimidate. So we'll add in that Oblivious blocks Intimidate as well. Oblivious also blocks Intimidate. Gotta edit that in. Yeah, Oblivious also negates Intimidate. So tons of... we'll also mention, so like... The Defiant, it doesn't negate Intimidate. It raises your attack by 2 if any of your stats are lowered. But, I mean, let's be real. It negates Intimidate. And Competitive, the special version of Defiant, activates when you get intimidated. Drizzle makes Pokemon like Pelipper and Politoed OU, though. Not on this list, but does Unaware also block Intimidate? I don't think it does, but let's check it. I don't think it does, but let's see. No, it doesn't look like it does at all. And if all of that weren't enough, Intimidate also has an out-of-battle effect. If your lead Pokemon has Intimidate, it reduces the wild encounter rate. And since we know that Illuminate is bad because it increases the wild encounter rate, Intimidate even better. The symmetry! Look at this! But really, you should just use Repels. I mean, what else are you going to use your money on in a Pokemon game? Yeah, Intimidate it's just so good. Anything else to say about Intimidate? I know some people are saying that it's worse than the weather abilities. And I guess there's definitely contexts where, yeah, it would be considered worse. But I think overall in the series, considering how many different aspects of the game Intimidate excels in, I think we have to say Intimidate is the best. Anything else to say about Intimidate? Why would I buy Repels or Medicine for my Pokemon when I can spend it all on cute clothing? Do you actually expect me to care for my pets? It's intimidating how good it is. Yeah, it's really good. Incineroar mention? I mean, like, if we try to mention every Pokemon that actually uses Intimidate, it's never going to end, right? Incineroar, Landorus T, Gyarados. It keeps going, and this list is going to be long enough as it is. Good Pokemon have Intimidate. Bad Pokemon also have Intimidate. But Intimidate itself is really good. Thing is, if you're against physical or special Pokemon, weather is going to always be useful for your weather-focused team, whereas if the enemy that gets invaded special, then less useful. Context matters. Yeah. Arbok OU, baby! Chabok! If nothing else, Incineroar is the best Pokemon to VGC in part because it has Intimidate. Yeah. And I think everybody's in agreement that Intimidate is either better than the weather abilities or just below it. I think that's fair to say, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's good to mention. Intimidate also has Intimidate also has bonus synergy with Pokemon that can change their abilities through Mega Evolution, because you can Intimidate and then Mega Evolve to get your new ability. So unfair. Get Intimidated, then get Huge Power as Mega Mawile. Intimidate, then get Mold Breaker as Mega Gyarados. Intimidate, then get Aerialade as Mega Salamence. Where is the balance? Where is the balance? Okay, I think that's everything for Intimidate. I think we covered all the bases. That was a lot of stuff. Put it in between them? The compromise. No. Okay, we're moving on. Keen Eye. You must have a very keen eye to have found this wonderful stream. Thank you for joining. Please subscribe. Okay. Keen Eye. Like Hypercutter, it's a very... So, Keen Eye. Like Hypercutter, it negates a specific stat being dropped. In this case, it prevents your accuracy from being dropped. So, Pidgey, get away from me. Your sand attacks do nothing. It also was buffed, so it now also allows you to see through your opponent's evasive boosts. So in that sense, it's has a little bit of an edge over Clear Body and White Smoke that negate all stat drops, but it's still very whatever. Honestly, this is like a not useless question mark. It basically does nothing the vast majority of the time. But against super early game sand attack spam, yeah, I guess you're glad that you have Keen Eye. But opponents very rarely boost their evasion, and in competitive, they never will because it's banned. Unless they're using, like, acupressure. So, if your opponent's acupressure shuckle is giving you problems, I guess you can whip out the Keen Eye. I would rather it raise accuracy? Yeah. If this worked like Victory Star, which actually raised your accuracy, if this worked like Victory Star, or say, I don't know, Compound Eyes, and it actually raised your own accuracy, yeah, this would be pretty good, but that's not what it does, unfortunately. And that there's no evasion dropping moves in the game, at least in competitive. My friend, what about Sweet Scent? Mods, punish him. He forgot about Sweet Scent. Anything else to say about Keen Eye? I don't think so. Can't believe Game Freak cut Return and Pursuit, but kept Double Team. I don't know why either. I think they cut Return because they just didn't want such an easily available, like, strong option. And honestly, somebody mentioned it in the Gen 2 tier list. Honestly, I think they cut Pursuit because of programming problems. Like, it's the only move that works that way, where it hits before your opponent switches, and maybe they just didn't want to deal with it, and they just got rid of it. I think that's why they removed it. Yeah, Return was removed in Gen 8. I don't know why. Maybe it was too strong with 8 abilities, like Aerial 8, Pixel 8. I don't know. I don't know why they removed it. Small indie developers, small multi-dollar company. Did Beat Up get cut too? I think so. But I don't know. Honestly, I honestly think they just didn't want to program it. But that's enough about Pursuit and Return. Alright. Levitate. Literally better than Flying type. It's not literally. Okay. Levitate. It's all the best parts of Flying type without the bad parts of Flying type. So you get the flying status, so you get to dodge Arena Trap, all grounded hazards like spikes, sticky web, toxic spikes, and you also obviously dodge all ground moves, and ground moves are incredibly powerful. All of that, and you don't even get a Stealth Rock weakness. This ability's insane. I honestly would put it in meta defining. I'm tempted to, but it's not like you actually like plan around this move. It's not like you actually plan around this ability or anything. It's just Pokemon that have it tend to be pretty good. Really, really, really good ability. It might be one of the most powerful ones in the game. People are saying you should go in meta. Maybe. Bottom meta? Yeah, it's really good. Sure. Really, really good. Levitate is one of those abilities you're really happy to see pop up in your list of possible abilities. Excellent. Gengar just weeping on the ground as it gets earthquaked. But hey, actually, I was going to say it at least disables the opponent with Cursed Body, but no, Earthquake doesn't make contact, so it doesn't even do that. Justice for Gengar. Give it Levitate back. Come on. Levitate Bronzong was a wall in Platinum. Yeah. Rotom forms aren't that powerful, and they're still in OU. Yeah. You plan to have a ground immunity in team building? That is true. I saw someone run weakness policy on Electros and have it triggered by a Mold Breaker ground move. What a play. Gengar should have Levitate. I agree. They should give it back. Gengar can't jump. It doesn't have to jump. It floats, bro. It's a ghost. Woo. Anything else to say about Levitate? I think people just agree. It's really, really good. It's too fat to float now. It's always been the same weight, right? Oh, Bronzor and Bronzong have no weaknesses in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon because in that game you get both of your abilities. That sounds fair. Oh yeah, I guess we'll mention that. I guess you have to keep in mind that because Levitate is an ability and not your actual type, if your opponent has Mold Breaker, which negates your ability as they attack, they can still Earthquake you through your Levitate, which does apply sometimes. Like Rotom, really sad about that. Gengar, pre-losing Levitate, really sad about that. Good ability. Okay. Or Terravolt or Turbo Blaze. Yeah. Sad Ghost. Okay. Lightning Rod. So this... Lightning Rod. So this is... Lightning Rod. So this has always had the effect of drawing all electric attacks to you. But that used to be all it did. And it also had Yu-Gi-Oh wording, right? Where draws all electric attacks to you, but you still take the damage. Which made it way worse. Like, you had this on Seaking. So, you could go ahead and fry yourself with an electric move. Like, hooray, Seaking, doing it big. They've since buffed it, where it's much better. Now, not only does it actually negate the incoming damage, but it actually gives you a special attack boost. Hey! And it used to not give the special attack boost if you are already immune to electric, as in the case of Rhydon and, I guess, Rhyperior. But now, don't worry. You still get the special attack boost, even if you're a ground type. Doesn't actually matter to anything. But yeah, it's basically a type immunity that also gives you a special attack boost. Whether you can use that boost or not, doesn't really matter. It's mostly good for the type immunity, but I mean, hey, special attack boost is upside. And the fact that it also protects your partner in doubles is generally an upside as well. Great. Let's put it, I think it's actually better than Flashfire. It's just a shame that this move destroys the rich lore established in the Aim for the Horn episode, because now aiming for the horn not only doesn't do damage, it actually makes Rhydon stronger. Remember about its overworld effect in Emerald? It increases the frequency of phone calls? Is that true, or is this like a Telefang joke? It's like... I would... Other abilities do such strange things that I... Oh, sorry. I think the stream might have freaked out for a second there, but I'm back. Okay, yeah, you can still hear me. Yeah, I'm back here, right? Okay. Single-handedly gave Marowak the ability to counter Tapu Koko instead of just check it. Yeah, just gaining a type immunity is what really makes it strong. So let's see, Lightning Rod. Oh my god, does this actually increase frequency of phone calls? It would be outside of... Oh my god, it's true. In Pokemon Emerald, trainers registered with the Pokénav's match call function will call twice as often if a Pokemon with Lightning Rod is in the first place in the party. That's hilarious. Also, please watch the Telefang live streams on Imported Cheese Fresh. They were just trying to prevent Telefang from muscling in on the cell phone based Pokemon collecting market. That's hilarious. And of course, PokéX Luigi, the resident Telefang expert, would know about this. Thanks for telling me that. That's hilarious. Okay. I think most people agree, like Lightning Rod, good ability. Yeah. Alright, let's move on. Limber! Maybe if those trees were limber, they wouldn't have fallen over, huh? How about that? Really dumb joke. Anyway, limber. It's okay. Where's immunity? I think it's a little bit above immunity. So limber makes you immune to paralysis. That's it. Sure. Now all electric types basically have limber because they can't be paralyzed at all. And limber also interacts really weirdly with mold breaker. So if a Pokemon with mold breaker attacks you, it negates your ability during their attack. So they can body slam you and paralyze you, but after their attack is over, you regain limber, and then you're no longer paralyzed. Very weird. It's very weird. Stunfisk has limber, which actually did do something for one generation until Gen 6 came along and then made it so that no electric types could be paralyzed, so limber's pretty useless. But what if you get soaked and change to a water type, and then your opponent tries to paralyze you? Then you'll be counting your lucky stars, because you have limber. And now your speed can't be reduced to 50% of what it used to be. So, okay. I think that's enough for limber, right? And if you're a non-native English speaker confused about why I was saying limber at the beginning, it's because when we cut down trees in English, you say timber. I don't know what that actually means, but apparently it's what you say when you cut trees down. I've never cut a tree down myself. It's not bad. It just has a very marginal benefit. Okay. Next. Liquid ooze. Timber just means wood? Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. And timber is a word that means lumber or like wood. Okay. Don't cut trees yourself. It's pretty dangerous. I wasn't planning to. Okay. Liquid ooze. The Ninja Turtles and the Secret of the Liquid Ooze? What's a turtle Pokemon? Squirtle? Okay, I guess we'll do it that way. Liquid Ooze. The Ninja Squirtles and the Secret of the Liquid Ooze. Liquid Ooze is very niche. Basically, if your opponent uses a drain move on you and you have Liquid Ooze, instead of healing, they're hurt. Okay. Not useless question mark. I'll put it here, I guess. If your opponent tries to steal your HP, you hit him with the Uno reverse, and you hurt them. How often are they going to try and steal your HP? I mean, Leech Life is okay after the buff. Giga Drain you sometimes see. Drain Punch you sometimes see. Okay. Hard counters Big Root, and we know that Big Root is in everyone's knapsack. Ugh. Swarm is better? Yeah, okay. Sure. Gen 3 Heracross uses Swarm? No way, it uses Guts, right? It's useless? It's not useless. Ooh, it also works on Strength Sap? I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, Toxic and Flame Orb didn't exist yet, but you would still use Guts. color changes better than Liquid Ooze? No. Let me just check to make sure that Liquid Ooze negates Strength Sap, because if it does, that's a really big upside, because Strength Sap is ridiculous. Toxic Orb and Flame Orb were Gen 4. They didn't exist in Gen 3. Yeah, it also, okay, it also stops Strength Sap. That's huge. Yeah. So Liquid Ooze also apparently negates Strength Sap, and Strength Sap is a really good move, so I think Liquid Ooze is fine where it is. Liquid Ooze distribution is terrible, though? That's true. It's on Tentacruel, who has better things to do. You'd probably use, like, Rain Dish or Clear Body. And, Swallet. Alright, fine. We'll move it. We won't move it to useless, but because it's on such loser Pokemon. Tentacruel, who has better things to be doing, and Swallet, who just sucks. We'll put it at the bottom of not useless. Oh, Muck also has it. Muck's not very good, but I like Muck. Muck would probably just want to use Sticky Hold. Gengar Golden Times? Gengar never had Liquid Ooze, right? No useless? No, it's not useless. Name one Mon who uses Liquid Ooze? I can't. I guess Muck might use it, but would probably use Sticky Hold. It can use it. It's not bad. It's more useless than Color Change? No, Color Change hurts you a lot. Oh, Muck doesn't have it? Okay. So it just has Sticky Hold and Stench then, right? So Muck doesn't have it, so never mind. Just Tenta and Swallet? Okay. So Tentacruel can use it, but probably would rather use Clear Body or Rain Dish. And Swallet just sucks, but I guess Swallet would use it. Okay. Magma Armor. Prevents freeze, which is a really strong effect, but there aren't any guaranteed freeze moves, so you never really know if this actually helped you or not. It probably didn't. But it does something, right? Honestly, the reason why it's all the way at the top of not useless question mark is because it shares the out of battle effect with Flame Body. So you can also use this to help you hatch eggs quicker. And if you're a real tryhard like me, you're going to be hatching a lot of eggs. So you're going to be searching your boxes for a Pokemon that has either Flame Body or Magma Armor. Is there no move with better than a 10% chance to cause freeze? I think Gen 1 of Gen 1, Pokemon Green Blizzard, had a 30% chance to freeze you. Disgusting. But Magma Armor also didn't exist. So I think concurrent to Magma Armor actually existing, no move actually has more than a 10% chance to freeze. I don't think. Slugma and Macargo get it too, but... So Slugma and Macargo actually do resist ice, because Rock isn't weak to ice, but, like... I mean, you're gonna need something more than Magma Armor to save Macargo. You can thaw yourself out with fire moves, yeah. Like Flare Blitz, Flame Wheel. If you use them, you'll thaw yourself out. And I think even just using other fire moves might have a chance. I know Flame Wheel and Flare Blitz do for sure. How do you use fire moves when you're frozen? When you just select the move, it thaws you out. Lava Plume might. We can look up what moves free you from freeze. I think in Pokemon Legends Arceus, certain electric moves, like Wild Charge, wakes you up if you're drowsy. That's kind of cool. So let's see. Causes. Well, we can see here if anything causes it at more than 10%. Wow. Secret power. May cause freezing only when used in snow or ice. 30% chance. Wow. I don't think you have to worry about that. So how do you thaw out from these things? Curing. Here we go. Being hit by a fire move freeze. Here we go. A frozen Pokemon can still use the moves Flame Wheel, Sacred Fire, Flare Blitz, Fusion Flare, Scald, Steam Eruption, Burn Up, Pyro Ball, and Scorching Sands while frozen. And that'll thaw you out. There you go. So not Lava Plume, unfortunately. Yeah, Magma Armor is only up this high because you can hatch eggs with it, which is legit useful. Yeah, so it looks like moves that have you produce fire, like Flamethrower and Fire Blast, don't actually do it. But getting hit by them can still thaw you out. Fusion Flare, but not Blue Flare? Yeah, kind of weird. Seems kind of random. Alright. Magnet Pull. Magnets, how do they work? Screams Skarmory in his nightmares. He keeps flapping his wings. He flaps harder and harder, but he just can't get away. He's being pulled. Ah! Skarmory hates this ability. So it's a very, very specific trapping move, or trapping. So it's a very, very specific trapping ability. It only traps steel types. But hey, steel is the best type in the game. So this ability is pretty good. Where do we, it's going somewhere near the top. Honestly, I'm going to put it like here-ish. It's basically Magnezone, the ability. Other Pokemon also get Magnet Pull. I think Probopass is a Pokemon who gets Magnet Pull, but in that case, you've trapped your enemy, but you've also trapped yourself into using Probopass, so you're really the loser in that scenario. Yeah, if you're Skarmory, you're weeping when you see the text that says Magnet Pull. Magnezone doesn't necessarily have ways to stop steel types since they removed hidden power, but you can honestly just slam them with a really, really strong Thunderbolt and they'll probably die. Really good. Really good. If anything, this should be higher. It's that strong. Someone needs to give it Flamethrower. Alolan Golem has it. Yeah, Alolan Golem, I mean, it's better than Probopass. Still not great, though. Magnezone uses Iron Defense and Body Press for certain steel types for Earthstone. Yeah, you can do that. Should inflict Confuse on Mr. Mime? I'm at a loss. Why would it do that? Okay. I don't think anybody else has anything to say about Magnet Pull. Do you want to say something about positive and negative? Something about poles? I don't think we need to, right? Yeah. Good ability. Did the stream freeze again? No, right? It's still going. Yeah, it's still going. Okay. Maybe the chat is frozen. Hang on, can somebody type something? I think my chat is frozen. No, okay, it's still going. Okay. Sorry. This wasn't a ploy to get you guys to type more. I actually thought the stream might have frozen just because it froze earlier. I should have had magma armor. Okay. Alright. Marvel scale. Vicious in terms of copyright, okay? You can't actually say Marvel scale, or, here we go, well, Marvel scale. I'm taking a big risk by using Marvel footage in my live stream. Disney is vicious with copyright. Marvel scale is basically the defensive version of Guts. If you're statist, then it increases your physical defense by 50%. I think Milotic has this. There's somebody in the chat with a Milotic avatar. They can definitely check that. Milotic definitely has this, and I think not Dragonite, but Dratini and Dragonair have Marvel scale, and then it changes to multi-scale when it reaches Dragonite. And multi-scale, I think, is generally better, but Marvel scale is no slouch. It's pretty solid. I'm actually going to put it here-ish. Marvel scale on Milotic, who definitely wants to use Marvel scale, is quite good. You wouldn't mind, you might actually consider flame orbing yourself to help you tank better, especially because you have recover, right? So you're not necessarily dependent on leftovers solely to keep you alive. It's good. Anything else to say about Marvel scale? Marvel scale is meta? It's not that good. If Guts isn't meta, there's no way Marvel scale is. Guts is definitely better than Marvel scale. Because nothing actually gets Guts except for, like, Milotic, pretty much. Does Rest proc Marvel scale? It does, yes. But you'd probably just use Recover. Cynthia runs it on Milotic. Well, if Cynthia does it, it must be good. Okay, anything else to say about Marvel scale? I don't think so. Okay, great. Minus and plus. Well, we just talked about Magnet Pull, which I guess incorporates minus and plus, and Magnet Pull is pretty good. So that means that minus and plus suck. Garbage. They buffed it at least, so it used to be that on the field in doubles you had to have minus and plus, otherwise it did nothing. Now they're the same because you can be minus minus or plus plus and you still get the special attack boost. That's what it does. Who cares? So, absolutely useless in singles. Doesn't do anything. You have no ability. And in doubles, maybe you can get a special attack boost. But here's the thing. What Pokemon have minus and plus? Electric Pokemon or like steel Pokemon, right? What type are they weak to? Ground? What move is absolutely everywhere in doubles? Earthquake, you might have heard of it, so chances are if you're benefiting from minus and plus, you're about to get absolutely destroyed by a gently shaking ground shake. What am I talking about? Chances are, if you're benefiting from minus or plus, you're about to get absolutely destroyed by Earthquake. Bad. Bad. Anything in defense of minus or plus? The order should clearly be plus or minus, right? Nobody says minus plus. Clinkline has both? Yeah. I guess Clinkline had minus and plus before they actually buffed it, right? The ability was thought of before the Plusle and Mine gimmick guaranteed. I think it's probably the other way around. I'm neutral on them. I get it. Because they cancel out, right? Okay. Main Nentric has minus as a secret ability. Why, though? I'd rather have Lightning Rod. Yeah, alright. We're done with this. Bad. Okay. Natural Cure. There's a bunch of gurus on YouTube trying to use this move on you. Don't trust them. But in terms of the Pokemon Natural Cure, really good. Really good. I'm going to put it up here. So what it does is, if you have a status effect and you switch out, it cures the status. You're going to be switching out a lot, and this allows you to just absorb status. You can rest, then you can go ahead and switch. You're cured. Pretty good. Tons of uses for this. Very many occasions where you're just going to get status and you can just shake it off because you're going to switch anyway. Amazing. Excellent ability. Anything else to say about Natural Cure? Finally, I'm cured of resting. Just use full heal 5 head. But in competitive, you can't use items. Imagine this being on Gen 1 Chansey. I don't want to. All those expensive beverages made of berries. Yeah, you can go on like a juice cleanse, eat a bunch of acai berries, or just have Natural Cure. Evolve Clang is actually a thing, no cope. I'm guessing you mean Eviolite, right? Imagine this being on Gen 2 Snorlax. Ugh. Ah! Okay. I think that's it for Natural Cure. Next. Oblivious. Previously, complete crap. Because all this did was negate the attraction status, which, if you watch the Gen 2 moves tier list, you know that attract sucks. But this got the big buffs. So, 2 additional buffs it was given. Well, okay. But this got the big buffs. So now it also negates Taunt, which is really important. Because I think one Pokemon that has this is Slowbro. You can go ahead and, well, okay, never see, because Slowbro uses Regenerator. Well, let's do this again. Alright, Elder Scrolls 4, Oblivious. It's really dumb. Okay, so previously complete crap, because it only negated Attraction, which does nothing, right? If you watch the Gen 2 moves tier list, you would know just how bad Attract is. But it got buffed, Oblivious did. It now negates Taunt, which is a really big effect, because for defensive Pokemon, getting taunted makes you completely useless. And it also negates Intimidate, because why not? We need abilities that interact specifically with Intimidate. With all of the buffs, I'm going to say Oblivious is pretty good. I don't think it's quite as good as maybe negating all stat drops or these type immunity abilities, but it's pretty good. Like, White Herb is an ability you would consider running purely to negate being taunted, and if you're Oblivious, you can't be taunted at all. Oh, pretty good. Yeah, sure. We're not doing an Elder Scrolls 4 stream. The ability of Ash Ketchum, yeah. Good ability. Anything else to say about Oblivious? Finally, my Jinx can't be intimidated or taunted. I think it's pretty interesting that the original effect of Oblivious is the least useful part of it. It's completely overshadowed by the buffs to it. Because negating Attraction means nothing, and negating Taunt and Intimidate are both really useful. I think Gilderoy Lockhart at the end of the second Harry Potter movie uses it. I think it's called, like, Obliviate, right? And it wipes your memory. What's going on? We're reviewing Oblivious. Why are you so oblivious? But Obliviate obviously comes from Oblivious or Oblivion, I would guess. I don't know, I'm not, it's been a long time since I've seen those movies, but I'm pretty sure the spell was called Obliviate. He tries to use it on Ron, right? But he's using Ron's broken wand, so he hurt himself in confusion. Perfect. transition into own tempo. So, own tempo negates confusion. Back before confusion got nerfed to 33%, this was a bit stronger. Nowadays, it's weaker because confusion is weaker. But hey, it also got buffed because guess what? It negates intimidate as well. Sure. Own tempo is mostly useful on Pokemon that intend to confuse themselves. Well, they don't intend to, but they use powerful moves that have the side effect of confusing themselves. Except they don't get confused because they have own tempo. So you can use this on Lilligant to pedal dance up a storm. Not pedal blizzard, but pedal dance up a storm and not confuse yourself, which is nice. And you can also use this on... Who else makes use of this? Spinda. Spinda, you can teeter dance. And not get confused. Although I don't think teeter dance confuses you anyway, so that doesn't really matter. I'm back. What happened? We talked about Marvel Scale. I don't think you were here for that. We'll go ahead and give own tempo. Own tempo is okay. I think we'll put it with limber and immunity. I think it's worse than them, but certainly cases where negating your own confusion can be useful. And when I say certain cases, I mean Lilligant. Oblivion speedrun when? You can keep waiting. I don't have any plans for such a thing. If you want to combo Outrage and Own Tempo, you can with Smeargle. What a suggestion. Let me know how that works. Oh, and we can't forget about Thrash Spinda. 120 base power stab and no confusion drawback. Watch out. I'm pretty sure this ability is the only reason Flatter exists. Oh yeah. You can Flatter Lilligant to get the special attack boost without confusing yourself. Okay. Just Quiver Dance though. Okay, I think that's good for own tempo, right? Why Flatter though? Because I'm guessing you want the special attack boost on Lilligant, right? Assuming we're talking about Lilligant. Okay. Pickup. Was that? Oh yeah, pickup. Pickup. In terms of abilities that only have field effects, this might be the best one. So, pickup gives you a chance to pick up an item after every battle. The Pokemon with pickup doesn't actually have to participate, they just have to be in your party. And the items you can pick up can be pretty good. I think in Ruby and Sapphire, it's actually independent of your level, so you can just load up on Zigzagoons and get a bunch of, I guess I would even call them treasures, just by getting into random battles. And after that, they started making it scale with your level, so you have to actually be a higher level to get better items. But the items you get can be pretty darn good. I think pickup is actually... Where do we go? It's definitely going in useful. How useful? Honestly, if pickup exists in the game you're playing, you're probably going to have a few pickup Pokemon in your roster. Like, if you just have an incomplete team, just throw pickup Pokemon on it. You're just going to get free stuff. Free stuff that can be pretty useful. I really like pickup. I think that if you've got space on your team, you should definitely employ some pickup artists. Like, I guess, this is one kind of pickup artist you definitely want on your team. Excellent. Very useful. An update on the Clang thing? Eviolite Clang is an extremely powerful partner to Toxtricity, inactivating Plus and using both Ally Switch and Metal Sound to protect and further boost damage. Sounds like an earthquake waiting to happen. Very sleazy. In terms of, like, real-life pickup artists, yeah, for sure. Not a fan, but in-game pickup artists, these Zigzagoons, they know how to get it. And what they're getting is leftovers, apparently. Okay. Moving on. Poison Point. If your opponent makes contact with you, 30% chance to inflict them with regular poison. Well, regular poison is probably the least impactful status in the entire game. Honestly, being regular poisoned can be seen as upside sometimes, because it means you can't be inflicted with a worse status. I think this is actually worse than Effect Spore, because Effect Spore has a 19% chance of inflicting a more useful effect. But, I mean, it's something. I guess it helps chip your opponent down, maybe. It's not very exciting, but, I mean, I guess I would consider it useful without the question mark. Anything else to say about Poison Point? I guess normal poison used to just be pretty much strictly worse than burn, but now that burn only does 6% damage, I guess poison is okay, because normal poison will outdamage toxic poison for the first 2 turns. You gotta start getting really specific to find scenarios where regular poison is your best option. Okay. I love going through Viridian Forest and poisoning yourself on Weedles. Yeah. It helps in my Milotic only run in Emerald, because you can more easily poison yourself. Yeah, I guess so. Nothing with Poison Point would ever run it. Yeah. The other ability of Sheer Force Nidoking. Hey, he didn't always have Sheer Force. Where's the toxic but not as toxic orb? Well, you would never run that, right? You would just use Flame Orb. With a new... Well, actually, I guess you would run a not as toxic orb on a Quick Feet Pokemon, right? Because Quick Feet doesn't negate the attack drop of Burn. Okay. Next. Pressure. I don't know what happened. Okay, well, here we go. Pressure. I guess Game Freak must have been under a lot of pressure when they were designing Gen 3, and Gen 4, and Gen 5, and Gen 6, and Gen 7, and Gen 8, because none of these games are finished, except maybe Gen 5. But what I mean to say is that a bunch of Pokemon have pressure, because it seems to be, like, a placeholder ability. A bunch of legendaries have pressure. Weavile is so sad because it has no real abilities, it just has pressure and Pickpocket. Pickpocket is even worse. What does pressure actually do? It makes it so that your opponent has to expend 2 PP instead of 1. So it increases PP usage. It's a diuretic. That's a big word. It used to actually affect your ally in doubles, but it no longer does. It now only affects your opponent. This does nothing unless your opponent actually runs out of PP for the moves they were going to use. If you're a defensive Pokemon like Lugia that refuses to die, then yeah, actually this does end up having an effect on the battle. Pretty minor though. I would say overall, this might be like top of 9. Nah, it's better than that. We'll put it here-ish? Maybe? For defensive Pokemon that can theoretically win by making their opponents unable to use their best moves through PP pressure, I guess this does something. But it's not very exciting. And the vast majority of Pokemon that have pressure only have pressure because Game Freak was too lazy to give them a different ability. Best Pokemon with it is probably Giratina Altered. Yeah. Giratina Altered or Lugia. Or Suicune can also make decent use of it. Anything else to say about pressure? Lugia later got multiscale. Yeah, modern Lugia probably prefers to use multiscale, but he could still use pressure. It's not that bad. Kyurem, Lamau. Okay. Next. Rain Dish. What Pokemon am I? I'm a Pokemon with Rain Dish. Ludicolo, I think, was the original Rain Dish user. So, Rain Dish, it's basically leftovers. Heals you for 6% a turn if it's raining. If it's raining is a pretty big condition, a condition that normally comes with way bigger upsides, right? Swift Swim doubles your speed. Hydration cures all status at the end of turn. Rain Dish, you get a leftovers effect. But hey, leftovers we concluded was the best item in the game, so you're not necessarily running rain to run Rain Dish, but if you have a defensive Pokemon on a rain team, like say Tentacruel with Rain Dish, yeah, this is pretty good. I think we'll go ahead and put it here-ish, maybe middle of useful. If you're on a rain team, one of the upsides is that your defensive Pokemon get harder to kill because they have Rain Dish. I think that's fair. Blastoise also has Rain Dish for some reason. I'm not really sure how it's absorbing that rain, but it does, I guess. Anything else to say about Rain Dish? Made Tentacle really good in Gen 5. Yeah, having doubled leftovers is really good. Assuming you also have leftovers. It's no poison heal, though. Okay. Alright, moving on. Are we moving on? Yeah, we're moving on. Okay. Rockhead. Oh, sorry, there's some noise outside. Okay. Rockhead. Negates all damage from recoil moves. So, recoil moves generally are worth using despite the fact that they hurt you. But, you know, them hurting you is a downside. And Rockhead negates that downside. This is especially spicy with the move Head Smash. So, not only is Head Smash stronger than most recoil moves at 150 base power, it also has more recoil. It does a brutal 50% recoil, which is actually huge. If you're head smashing stuff, you're going to kill yourself real quick. And Rockhead prevents that. What Pokemon have both Stab Head Smash and Rockhead? Aggron, baby! Relicanth! Onix even has Rockhead Head Smash, but I mean, you're not getting anyone with 45 attack. This is one instance where memeing on Onix is actually like very relevant, because Steelix retains the combo, but it loses the stab. And I think it still ends up being about the same power. Yeah, Tyrantrum also is able to make use of stab, Rockhead, recoilless head smash. Amazing. Sudowoodo has it as well, and Sudowoodo can Woodhammer with it as well, and not suffer recoil. It's actually a pretty significant upside. I'm going to put it maybe just below the immunity abilities. I think that's fair. This also negates double edge recoil, but I think that really, I mean, it negates all recoil. I think other instances where this is useful, I think Alolan Golem has galvanized double edge and doesn't take recoil because of Rockhead. That's kind of nice. Sure. Anything else to say about Rockhead? Life Orb? It does not negate Life Orb, no. It only negates the recoil from actual moves that you use. Take down. I see Budget Onyx is in the chat. Is Rockhead good on Light of Ruin? I don't think anything gets both. How many abilities does Golem A have at once? What are its abilities? It's Galvanize and Magnet Pull, right? Oh, yeah, how does it have both Rockhead and Galvanize? It doesn't, and I'm going to cut it, so I never said that. Don't worry. All according to plan. Light of Ruin doesn't even legally exist? Oh, okay. The main use of Rockhead is Head Smash. I think we can actually... There's actually like a chart on Bulbapedia for Rockhead that shows you what Pokemon get it and what recoil moves they can use. So look at this. Oh no, I need to... Gas and electricity for the foreign community in Japan. So look, here's this handy Bulbapedia chart. You can see every Pokemon that has both Rockhead and a recoil move. So you can go ahead and refer to this. And Bulbapedia cares so little about Basculin, they don't even have an image for it. So sad. I don't blame them. I don't like Basculin either. You've also misgenned like 5 abilities interactions? What does that mean? Basculin uses it with both Double Edge and Head Smash. It would be really nice if Legends Arceus had abilities, because I think Basculin's signature ability in that, or signature move in that game, Wave Crash, has recoil. So it'd be nice to not take recoil from that. But then again, taking damage is part of evolving it into Basculegion, so maybe make it an ability of Basculegion. R.I.P. Arrow. No Drought Torkoal till Gen 7. Berserk is Gen 7 too, etc. When did I say Torkoal was Gen 7 Drought? I said that it had Drought, and you'd consider using it because it has Drought. Not that it was part of Gen 5. Berserk is... What is Berserk? Really, what is Berserk? R.I.P. Arrow. Oh yeah, does Aerodactyl get Head Smash? No, it doesn't, right? I really wish it did. It's got Takedown. Drama ability. Oh, the Dramp ability. I don't think I mentioned that at all. I talked about Berserk the anime and Guts. That's what I said. I don't know what you're talking about. Aerodactyl gets Rockhead, but neither of its possible stab moves. Yeah, it's pretty sad. It's also, like, when it evolves and gets Tough Claws, it doesn't really have that many contact moves. Berserk Skit? Yeah, I was talking about Guts. The main character of Berserk is called Guts. I didn't say anything about Drampa having Berserk. What? Okay, that's enough of this. Rough Skin. When an opponent makes contact with you, they lose 1/8 of their health. Okay. I mean, that is definitely upside, but the only Pokemon that has in Gen 3 is Sharpedo. So basically, your opponent loses 1/8 of their health when they knock you out. Rough Skin was later given to Pokemon that can actually use it. By Pokemon that can actually use it, I mean Garchomp. It's kind of good on Garchomp, because, I mean, Garchomp can do whatever it wants, and one of those things is actually stalling you by making you sandpaper yourself to death by hitting it with a Rocky Helmet. Ridiculous. But that's more to just Garchomp's credit. It's definitely useful on Garchomp. So we'll go ahead and put it, I don't know, here-ish maybe? It's legit. Do I think that Berserk manga will ever be completed? I don't know. I've never read it. I hear it's good, though. Yeah. Honestly, the best form of Rough Skin is Iron... Well, okay, well, I mean, the best user of Rough Skin... Oh, no, how do I say this? The best user of Rough Skin is Ferrothorn, because Iron Bombs is exactly the same as Rough Skin, but I guess flavorfully different. It's really good on Ferrothorn, yeah. Oh, the Berserk manga author died last year? Oh, that's too bad. Oris Wally runs a Rocky Helmet Rough Skin Garchomp? I don't know. It's rough skin for a durian and not a shark, yeah. So the Japanese name of this is literally shark skin, Samehada, which is the name of that dude's sword from Naruto. Uh, which is why it's only given to, like, shark Pokemon. What is this? Oh no! You hit. How do I do this? Okay. Oh no, you made contact with a rough skinned Pokemon that had Rocky Helmet and lost a quarter of your health? That's rough, buddy. Okay, that's it for rough skin. We're done. Run away. What do you think? It's better than Illuminate. So how I initially thought Runaway worked was that I thought it lets you switch out even if trapped by, say, Arena Trap or Shadow Tag, but kind of. So you can run away, like use the run command, even if you're trapped by Arena Trap or Shadow Tag, but you can't actually select switch. So in an actual trainer battle, this does absolutely nothing. And in the overworld, this effect can be completely copied by holding a smoke ball, which is infinite use and lets you run away no matter what, or just by having a speed stat that lets you run away. Yeah, it's useless, but it's not actively harmful, so that's where it goes. Ugh. Good for fleeing for shiny hunts? Just use a Pokemon that's not like level 5, and you can run away. Hold a smoke ball, you can run away forever. This thing's crap. Doesn't do anything. Anything in defense of Runaway? I think they should buff it. I think that Runaway should give you the same effect as Ghost typing, where you can switch out no matter what, and that would actually make it okay. It's still better than Illuminate. Okay. Sandstream. Well, this is a cheese stream. Sandstream, very good. I don't think anybody's arguing that. Is it meta defining? I mean, maybe. I'm going to put it at the very top of useful. So, sand is definitely very underwhelming in terms of weather. It doesn't do much. It's just that the Pokemon that have Sandstream are really good. Those Pokemon being Tyranitar, who is OP, OP, OP. You'd use him no matter what. And Hippowdon, who is a very, very solid defensive physical wall. Like, very hard to break through if you're just a physical attacker. Sandstream, it kind of just comes with good Pokemon and synergizes with good Pokemon, as in Steel types and Ground types. And I guess it raises the special defense of Rock types starting in Gen 4, meaning it makes Tyranitar better at staying alive, because you're probably not using any other Rock types. Better than Sun in Gen 5? I agree, but that's because the Sun setters suck. And the Sandstream setters are Tyranitar and Hippowdon. Yeah, we'll move it up, but it's definitely worse than Drizzle or Drought. Significantly. It's probably why they felt okay giving Sandstream to Pokemon that are already good, whereas the Pokemon that get Drizzle and Drought are losers. Better than Drought? No way. No way. Like, sand is a very minor effect. Unless Excadrill exists and isn't banned. In which case, I guess it wins you the game, but that's why Sandrush Excadrill is banned. Because it's way too good. Sand has been better than sun in basically every generation, but the weather effect is not. Sandstream deserves meta just because it's the best way to stop Drizzle. Yeah. Honestly, the biggest effect of Sandstream is that it overwrites the other stronger weathers and takes away your opponent's advantage. That's why Sand is good. Sand does tons of chip? Yeah. Like, Sand doing chip is not nothing, but it's not nearly as big of an impact as boosting your stab moves, your stab water moves by 50%, as it also doubles your speed. Like, Drizzle is by far the strongest. Drought also has major effects. Sandstream is just a marginal benefit that might also be chipping your team, because you're probably not using a pure steel or ground or rock type team, so it's also affecting you. But yeah, the big part of Sandstream is that it overwrites the other weathers. Sandstall was also a thing pre-Gen 6. It's true. You're the guy who said guerrilla tactics is better than huge power? I think it is. Negating lefties isn't nothing. Toxic Sandstall was a thing for a reason. Yeah, it's not nothing. I'm not saying it's nothing, but there's no way it's as strong as the rain or sun effects. The other big part of Sandstream is that Tyranitar is such a Chad. Yeah. The sand stream setters are by far the best. It's not even close. I would put Sand over Sun. Sun is in the same boat with Chlorophyll versus Sand Rush. Neither gets the 50% power. Gen 5 eventually evolved into Sand versus Rain versus Sand for a reason. And that reason is grass. Yeah. Yeah. Because the Sun mons are grass. Or fire. Yeah, the Drought Pokemon, the Drought setters also lose to both the Drizzle and Sandstream Pokemon. Very sad. Sandstorms are even a real weather IRL. Is that true? Where'd you get that info from? There used to be sandstorms where I lived in Egypt. It was really... I mean, you're taking more than 6% damage a turn from that. It really hurts. You can't go outside. Yeah, you could argue that Sandstream is better than Drought, but I don't think so. No love for Gigalith. Yeah, I guess Gigalith also has Sandstream, but just use Tyranitar. Rare footage of progress cheese. Okay. We're moving on. I think that's enough about Sandstream. Hey, everybody agrees it's really good. Okay. Sandvale. Hey, it goes with Sandstream. And I guess it also goes in banned. I think they banned this specifically on Garchomp because it just made it too much of a coin flip. Evasion abilities, not allowed. Smogon, we're not playing with RNG. So, assuming it's not banned, sure, it's okay. It gives you an evasion boost in Sandstorm. A pretty significant one, 20%. So, where do we actually put this? I guess we can put it here-ish. Marvel Scale's a defensive ability. Sandvale, really obnoxious. Also worth noting that if you're a Pokemon like Cacnea, that's not actually a ground, rock, or steel type, but you have Sandvale, you still don't take damage from the sand because you have Sandvale. So I guess this ability also has the effect of negating sand damage, which is nice. Yeah, really obnoxious. Really obnoxious. Coin flip gaming, it's not for me. What you would do with Garchomp, yeah, you could literally just fish for misses by using Substitute until your opponent missed, and then you would be behind a Substitute and just destroy your opponent's team. Disgusting, zero skill RNG fiesta. No thanks. I'm glad this thing's banned. But RNG is fun. Cries in a 0 stat level up in my current FE9 for Ike. F's for Ike. Imagine being a growth character and getting no stats. So sad. At least Giga Chad FE10 Ike doesn't need any stats. He literally starts the game ready to beat the Black Knight. Anybody think that Sandvale should be higher or lower? I think people are okay with where it is now. I don't see any. I don't see anyone that upset at Sandvale RNG. Gen 3 Cacturn also broke this. Very annoying. Alright, next. Yeah, speaking of RNG, Serene Grace. A very powerful effect. So it doubles the chance of all secondary effects. What does that actually mean? So a lot of moves have what are called secondary effects. So the most obvious example, the one that everybody thinks of, is Air Slash. Air Slash! So Air Slash has a 30% chance to flinch you. But if you have Serene Grace, like say if you're Togekiss, that 30% chance doubles to 60. So more often than not, you don't actually get to act if you're being attacked by Serene Grace. Air Slash! Togekiss. Really annoying. Really, really annoying. But it also affects other secondary effects. So, for example, Silver Wind, or like Ancient Power, or Ominous Wind. All of those moves that have a 10% chance to boost all of your stats, well, double that 10% to 20%. Wow. Still, a meme, but less of a meme if you have twice the chance to activate it. Jirachi also loves to do this with Iron Head. Becomes a 60% chance to flinch you, and it can also paralyze you at a 60% chance using Body Slam. So I think 60% is getting to the range where, I mean, it's still luck, but there's also a bit of an element of strategy to this, right? It's reliable enough that considering both paralysis and the flinch chance, this is actually a strategy, right? Where you can pretty reliably lock your opponent down. So I don't really think this is an RNG fiesta, but I mean, people really hate it. Nothing quite feels as bad as just sitting there, like tightly gripping your controller, waiting for the turn you actually get to act. Disgusting. I will put it here. It's very good. Other Serene Grace user? Dunsparce. It's because the Japanese name has to do with luck, and Dunsparce being a Tsuchinoko, it's supposed to be a super rare beast that you only encounter if you're really lucky, which is why Dunsparce has it. Not lucky enough to actually get an evolution, though. Game Freak, please. I think that's it for Serene Grace. Anything else to say about Serene Grace? Skyman. Oh yeah. Shaman Sky also has Serene Grace, but it doesn't paralyze you as much. Serene Grace Eviolite Dunsparce would be fun. I would hope that its evolution would actually make it so that you don't need to rely on Eviolite strats. The fastest ban in the history of Smogon. Smogon's really weird with their bans. I can't believe they allowed Mega Salamence. Let's test this Pokemon. I'm sure it'll be fine. It wasn't fine. It's banned. Chansey, the Pokemon named Lucky, doesn't get Serene Grace. Why? Good question. Okay. I will also mention Shaman Sky. So, Shaman Sky also gets to use Serene Grace for maybe the best grass move of all time, Seed Flare. And because of Serene Grace, the chance to sharply drop special defense is 80%. Pretty good move. And that's why you're not allowed to use Shaman Sky. Alright. Shadow Tag. Where are we? Oh, yeah, okay. Shadow Tag. I think this is the most powerful ability in the history of Pokemon in terms of singles. This thing always gets banned out of existence super fast. So, although I'm not going to put it at the top of meta defining, but I mean, it kind of is. It would be if it wasn't banned all the time. So Shadow Tag took Wobbuffet from being a complete joke to uber banned. What does Shadow Tag do? Straightforward. You can't switch. You're trapped. That's it. Is it if you're grounded? No, it's no matter what. Is it if you're a steel type? No, it's no matter what. You're trapped. You're not going anywhere. And if you're lucky, you're going to die. If you're not lucky, your entire team is going to die. Ridiculous ability. Absolutely unfair, which is why it's banned. The Chandelure disaster that almost was. I remember. So Chandelure's Dream World ability was going to be Shadow Tag. And they, I think, very wisely decided no. Because that would have been an instant ban. The Mega Gengar disaster that was, well, I don't think Mega Gengar was supposed to be fair. And there's lots of places you could argue this goes. I personally think it's the most powerful ability in the game in singles. It's less useful in formats where you don't switch as much, and like in game it doesn't do anything, really. But it's pretty silly. Need a new tier for Shadow Tag? Sure, we'll make a new tier. We'll make it black. Wait, that didn't work. You have to make the new tier first. There we go. And we'll wait, no, what? What is happening here? I want to make this one red. Okay, we did it. And I want to make this one black. No. No. What a disaster. We'll make this one black. There we go. Oh, you can't even read that. Okay. We'll make it spooky purple. There we go. I'll call it, you're it. Shadow Tag. You're it. Banned. The Shadow Realm. Super unfair ability. As for how it actually works, like, what does it even mean, Shadow Tag? It's the jutsu that the Nara clan uses in Naruto. So the actual Japanese name of this is Kagefumi. So it just means, like, to step on someone's shadow, which apparently locks them in place. Which is also what happens in, I think, Decidueye's Spirit Shackle move. So there you go. Tag, you're it. We'll also just call it the Shadow Realm, sure. You don't want to go there. You're never escaping. It's true. Wait, what? What happened to the spacing? The Shadow Realm can't even be formatted correctly. You definitely don't want to go there. We're going to leave it that way. I kind of like it. And I guess to prevent infinite stall wars, which used to happen if both Pokemon were Wobbuffet, or we got to say that correctly. And to prevent infinite stall wars where both Pokemon were Wobbuffet and leftovers healing outdamaged how much they could struggle. If both Pokemon have Shadow Tag, then you can both switch out. If it's the Shadow Realm, then doesn't Illuminate beat it? Oh my god, it's the counter we didn't know about. The symmetry, guys. The symmetry. That's pretty funny. Fruit Fantasy. Hi, hello, welcome. My Galactic Glitches video now has 10k views because of green glitches. Yes, that was the plan. That's why I whined about nobody watching it. Okay. I think that's it for Shadow Tag, right? We covered pretty much everything. It's ridiculous. Banned. Okay. Shed Skin. Maybe we need more tears. Okay, Shed Skin. It's pretty good. So 1/3 chance at the end of your turn to heal yourself of any status affliction. 1/3 of a chance, or I guess 33% chance. Went from 1/4 of your health. What was this? Okay, well, we'll try this again because I don't have that much to say about Shed Skin. So, Shed Skin, it's all right. So 33% chance at the end of your turn to heal yourself from status. The main issue with Shed Skin is that the Pokemon that get it tend to be like middle stage, like a Cocoon Pokemon that, you know, you would never actually use. So you don't really get to get much use out of it. I think the best Pokemon that can actually make use of Shed Skin is like, I don't know, Zuruzukin is its Japanese name. It's dark fighting. Scrafty. Scrafty. But Scrafty also has Moxie and Intimidate. So you would only use Shed Skin if you're going to do a weird, like, bulk up rest set. And then Shed Skin can maybe wake you up from sleep early. Maybe. But in that case, it's worse than Early Bird. Oh no. It's alright. I think we're going to put it, like, maybe above. Nah. Bottom of useful, I'd say. The issue is just, like, no good Pokemon actually get this. And the Pokemon that get it, like, would rather use something else. I guess, yeah, Dragonair gets it, but you're probably going to be using Marvel Scale, because then that becomes multi-scale. Anything to say about Shed Skin? Let me catch up on the chat here. I was actually able to catch a stream. Probably going to roar of time myself at the beginning of the stream, but I want to say hi before I love the content. Thanks for stopping by. And please look forward to the premium edit coming soon. Oh yeah, Arbok also has Intimidate, so Arbok wouldn't use this either. Well, Arbok wouldn't use this, and you wouldn't use Arbok, so sad overall. Yeah, Shed Skin just has no good users, but I think like the effect is big enough that it escapes the not useless question mark. Okay. Shield Dust. Serene Grace users weeping because Shield Dust hard counters Serene Grace. Serene Grace increases the chance of secondary effects, and Shield Dust prevents secondary effects from being activated against you. So you can never flinch. So this was actually strictly better than Inner Focus, until Inner Focus got the buff to also block Intimidate. And Shield Dust also blocks all other negative secondary effects. So you're not going to get burned, you're not going to get frozen, you're not going to get paralyzed. And somebody just said in chat exactly what I was going to. Decent ability, terrible users. Yeah. Most of the Pokemon that have this are just really lame bugs where, well, they won't be suffering secondary effects because they died in one hit, basically. But the ability itself is fine. I think we'll put it above Poison Point, I guess. The ability itself is really good, just the users suck. There's your Shield Dust. Anything to add? I think we just about covered it. Deceptively strong effect, bad users. Rabombi won't survive a hit to use Shield Dust, yeah. Should we add another tier here? Because I think useful's getting pretty bloated. We could just make it very useful, I guess. I think that's what we'll do. We'll add one more. It's getting really crowded here. Add row below. I can do it. Okay. We'll make it light green. No! Okay, I guess we'll just keep this one as yellow then. We'll make this very useful. And this will just be useful. And I think the divider will be... Rough skin seems like a good one. It's kind of hard to keep track of. Lightning rod, flash fire, rock head, clear body, white smoke. Flame body. Effect spore, yeah. Shield dust goes there. Poison point. Hustle. Limber. Immunity. Pressure. What is this? Own tempo is next, right? Yeah. It keeps like jumping around. Hypercutter. Shed skin. There we go. Okay. Just call it OU. Okay, I think this looks a little better. Okay. Sorry for the delay. We're almost done. This is going for, what time is it? 10:46? Okay, this took a while. Okay. Put flame body in very useful? No. Why? Lightning rod can be very good. We can make the divider rockhead. There you go. All right, next. Soundproof. So soundproof blocks all sound-based moves. And I'm going to ask you guys a question. For whom does the heal bell toll? Because it's really complicated. They kept changing it. So I looked this up yesterday. Soundproof. So here we go. Soundproof. So 3 and 4. Soundproof Pokemon are immune to all sound-based moves, including their own. So Pokemon with soundproof, including inactive Pokemon, are not affected by Heal Bell. Then Generation 5, Pokemon with soundproof can be affected by Heal Bell. Now, 6 to 7, active Pokemon with soundproof cannot be affected by Heal Bell. But inactive Pokemon can still be affected by Heal Bell even if they have soundproof. Okay. They can't make up their mind. So soundproof is pretty useful. It's more useful than you would think. I think this also has a list of... These are all of the sound-based moves. There's quite a few. And if you have soundproof, hey, they don't affect you. Cool. Very weird they used to not be able to howl and boost your own stats if you had soundproof. I think that's pretty funny. Not that you'd consider using howl anyway. Gen 3 Mr. Mime. Shoutouts to Mr. Mime and Baton Pass chains, because one of the ways to stop Baton Pass chains was to roar them. And if you have soundproof, you can't be roared. Hey, so go ahead and put Mr. Mime on your Baton Pass chain. Soundproof, I think it's pretty useful. I think we're going to put it maybe very top of useful, very bottom of very useful. I think that's fair. Blocks more moves than you might think. In Fire Red Leaf Green, it prevents you from healing sleep with Poke Flute, so you need to buy Awakenings for Mr. Mime. That's so specific. We'll also mention that there is an ability in the code. We'll also mention that there's an ability in the code of Gen 3 called Cacophony, which I guess would have been the ability of the Whismer line. And it just had the exact same effect as Soundproof. And I guess the flavor was you're making so much noise that other sound moves don't affect you. I think it's everything for Soundproof, right? Okay. Yeah, the Poke Flute and Bird type. Okay. Next. Speed Boost. If you want to sweep, you gotta go fast. What's the best way in the history of the franchise to go fast? It's Speed Boost. Absolutely busted ability. I'm going to put it above Levitate. So Speed Boost raises your speed by 1 stage at the end of your turn. Now, I'm guessing that already sounds pretty good to you, but the main use of Speed Boost is actually giving it to other Pokemon. So Ninjask is a Pokemon that has 160 base speed, so it doesn't need to be faster. And it never attacks by itself. It just stalls using Protect and Substitute. Maybe gets in a Swords Dance, and then you pass that boost to your teammate, and then your teammate wins the game for you. Ridiculous. What happens if you give Speed Boost to a Pokemon that doesn't have to pass, that can actually just attack on its own? You get banned. Why did they do this? You had Blaziken, who had great offense already, but it was just kind of mediocre speed. It wasn't even that slow. They gave it Speed Boost. Banished immediately. You can't give good Pokemon Speed Boost. Super, super, super good ability. I wish Speed Boost was on Deoxys Speed. What ability does it normally have? Nothing useful, I don't think. Is it Pressure? I think it's Pressure, right? Yeah, Pressure. What a shock. Speed Boost on Regieleki. I am Speed. Yeah, Scolipede also got this ability, and can make pretty good use of it, because you can Swords Dance and attack with Scolipede itself. Unfortunately, it's a Bug Poison type, so you're not going to get that far. But hey, it's got Speed Boost. It's how you outspeed Trick Room. I don't think any arguments about Speed Boost all the way up there. I'm pressuring you to move color change up again. No. People already voted no. Scolipede underrated. I think people agree that it's pretty good. Sharpedo a candidate for delaying Mega? Yes. So Sharpedo will protect as normal Sharpedo to get a speed boost, and then Mega Evolve to get Strong Jaw and the stat boosts. Unfortunately, not that great. It's no Blaziken. Alright. Static! Static Shock was a cartoon that only 90s kids will remember. I never really watched it, but I think people my age are supposed to like Static Shock. So Static is the paralysis variant of Flame Body without the nice out-of-battle effect. And I think paralysis is also a more minor effect than Burn, especially considering the paralysis nerf, where it only cuts speed to 50%. But I think we can go ahead and put it right next to Flame Body, just right below it. 30% of the time, when you get hit by a physical contact move, I guess it doesn't have to be physical, just when you get hit by a contact move, your opponent will get paralyzed, which they probably don't want to be. Sure, it's alright. Yeah, So too bad it doesn't work on Earthquake, the move that will probably be killing you if your ability is static and you're an electric type. Whoops. Okay, I think that's it for static. Pretty easy. Stench. Something is rotten in the state of Hoenn. And it's this ability up until they buffed it. So, Stench used to basically do nothing. It just lowered encounter rates, wild encounter rates, if your lead Pokemon had Stench. So same effect as Intimidate, except Intimidate is ridiculous and Stench did nothing until they buffed it. So when they buffed Stench, it now adds a 10% chance to flinch your opponent if you attack before them and you have Stench. So if this was actually a 30% chance like most flinch effects, wow, this would be pretty good, but 10% is pretty minor. It's minor, but it's not nothing. I think we'll go ahead and put it, I guess we can consider it sort of like Flame Body and Static. I think it's a little worse than them. We'll put it here. Well, one issue with Stench is that the Pokemon that actually stink, they're not that fast. So you're really going to have trouble taking advantage of the Stench effect. But, hey, you can use it on Skuntank. I used a Skuntank called Cut the Cheese in my diaper run, and I was really surprised that, hey, yeah, Stench can actually flinch your opponents. And Skuntank does get Stab Sucker Punch, which will probably move first, and if you're moving first, hey, you get the flinch chance. Not amazing, but hey, 10% chance to cause your opponent to miss their turn? Not the worst. Fastest user is Skuntank? It might be. I know Muck has it, and that doesn't do anything. Let's check right here. So, Stench. Gloom. But not Vileplume, I guess. Yeah, Weezing! Muck! Skuntank and Garbodor, yeah. These Pokemon are all pretty slow, so really the only thing that's going to be flinching anything is Skuntank. Anything else to say about Stench? Stench Muck only has Shadow Sneak for flinching. Oh, that's true. That's a combo. But I think you'd probably rather use Sticky Hold, right? Muck. Yeah, Sticky Hold. I'd rather not have Poison Touch. Oh, hey! Sticky Hold! So Sticky Hold prevents your item from being removed. And considering that Knockoff was buffed to be one of the best moves in the game, there's a very high chance at some point that somebody's going to try and remove your item, which they can't do if you have Sticky Hold. So that's very significant upside. I'm going to go ahead and put that, actually, maybe with Insomnia and Vital Spirit. You really don't want to lose your item. And if you have Sticky Hold, you're not going to use your item. They also can't trick and steal your item that way if you have Sticky Hold. Notably, a couple items basically have Sticky Hold baked into... Or wait, no, what is that? Basically, a couple abilities basically have Sticky Hold baked into them. So, RKS system, and I think Arceus's... What's his ability called? Omni-type? Also prevent your item from being lost. So they're just Sticky Hold plus. But if you're not literally the god of Pokemon, you'll have to do with being a sticky boy. Oh, multi-type. What did I call it? Omni-type? They should call it Omni-type. Oh, and items that cause a form change can't be knocked off. Okay. Below rough skin? Sure. Somebody mentioned you can combo Sticky Hold with Sticky Barb for double stickiness. And your opponent cannot prevent you from dealing 12.5% damage to yourself. That's some BM there. You like rough skin when it's on you. You shrug when you have sticky hold. Yeah. Okay. Home stretch here. We're almost done. Luckily, not Pokemon Home, because that means we actually exist. I can't believe Daipa Remake doesn't have home integration yet. What an embarrassment. Alright, let's keep going. Sturdy. Previously useless. Gens 3 and 4, Sturdy did nothing. I mean, the text said it prevented one-hit KO moves, as in, Horn Drill, Fissure, Sheer Cold. It did nothing, okay? It was useless. But, big buffs. Because in Gen 5 and beyond, it now has an additional effect. It's basically Focus Sash. It's Focus Sash, the ability. If you would take fatal damage from full HP, it's not fatal damage anymore. You survive at 1, which is huge. Basically, knowing for sure 100% that you have at least one turn is amazing. So I think I'm actually going to put this, it's definitely in very useful. I'm going to put it above like Marvel Scale. I'm going to put it above like Compound Eye. Sturdy is very, very good. The issue with Sturdy is just that it feels kind of wasted on a lot of Pokemon that have it, because the Pokemon that tend to have Sturdy as an ability also tend to be sturdy themselves, right? Like they have good defense, so they probably weren't going to die in one hit anyway, in which case Sturdy did nothing. But that's not always the case. Sometimes your opponent has set up and you had no hope of surviving without Sturdy. Sometimes they just hit you with a special attack and you're Golem and you would have died, but you don't because you're Sturdy. Cool ability. You can also combo it with Custap Berry, because of course it doesn't actually take your item slot, which means you get sturdied down to 1 HP, and then Custap Berry gives you priority, and you can go ahead and use your sadly nerfed Explosion because it's post Gen 5. Oh well. Very good ability overall with tons of applications. And it's also very annoying when wild Pokemon have Sturdy and you can't knock them out in one hit. Sturdy doesn't like sneaky pebbles. Yeah, it hates all entry hazards because any chip damage and your Sturdy is gone. Sturdinja. Gen 3 to 4 was focus banned. What do you mean by that? Like it had a focus banned effect? I don't think so. But we can check that. I'm pretty sure it didn't. It just got big buffed in 5. 30. No. It didn't have a focus band effect. Okay. Suction Cups. Fun name. I think the only Pokemon that has this... well, no. Okay. Suction Cups. Fun name. I think this was the signature of Lileep and Cradily. And I think... I was going to call it Octazooka. Octillery might also have this. So it has significant upside. What Suction Cups does is it prevents you from being forced out by your opponent. You can still switch as normal if you want to, which is different than Ingrain, which prevents your opponent from forcing you out, but you also can't leave. So Suction Cups is kind of better than that. You'd mostly use this to prevent yourself from being roared or phased out some way. If you're doing like baton pass tricks, you can go ahead and end with Suction Cups, or you can just keep passing Ingrain to sort of get the same effect. It's okay. It has like niche uses. In fact, I would say it's useful enough that I wouldn't put it in not useless. I'm going to put it, I think, maybe at the bottom of useful. It's just such a limited distribution. And being forced out by a move like Roar, Whirlwind, Dragon Tail doesn't happen that often. Oh, very good to mention, yes. This helps you when fishing as an overworld effect. So if you're trying to do shiny chaining by doing fishing, you definitely want Suction Cups on your lead Pokemon to help you nab those fish. Yeah, overworld utility. It's nice. Oh, and Sticky Hold also had that effect. Thank you for bringing that up. Does that make Sticky Hold any better? No, but it's cool to mention. Everybody okay with suction cups in useful? Okay. Next. Unless it's Gen 4 or BDSP. Why did they add the glitch in the remaster? Would I even call Daipa Remake a remaster? It's like worse. So sad. Okay. Swift Swim. I mean, we overuse these weird Michael Phelps edits. He's the swiftest swimmer of all times, right? I think it's significantly better than chlorophyll, such that I want to divide them into tiers. If it's raining and you're swimming fast, your opponent is in big trouble. Right? Rain's got all the synergy, right? It makes the swift swimmers faster, and it makes their water moves stronger. And water is just a good type to begin with. Very good. I think Swift Swim is part of, I believe they call it a complex ban. So people who like to rage against Smogon, they say the rules get too complicated, and part of that is that they banned the combination of Drizzle and Swift Swim. You can't use them on the same team because it's too powerful. If you want to be swimming fast, you gotta have a damp rock, and you have to manually set up the rain. Swift Swim, really good. Any objections to this? I don't think anybody objects to it being better than chlorophyll. They just might want it to be even higher up. Not here. I'm guessing I said no objections here. Okay. Great. So there we go. Swift Swim. Swift Swim is what shattered Rain in Gen 5. Yeah, that's why they had to kind of ban it. They had to restrict it, I guess. They had to restrict how you could use it. Okay, great. Done with Swift Swim. Alright. Synchronize. Thankfully not Synchronoise, which is probably the worst move of all time. It's up there. Synchronize is very straightforward. When your opponent's status is you, you inflict the same status back on them. Hit them with the Uno reverse. You can't control when your opponent's status is you. This is just sort of to discourage them from afflicting you with status, but it doesn't discourage them enough. They're still going to do it. It's okay. Very minor upside. In fact, I think this is very blasé. Not useless, question mark. It does something. But often, you want to choose what status you inflict on the opponent, right? But it has amazing use in-game, because with series of buffs... okay, well, let's see. Well, it has amazing use in-game, because now, if your lead Pokemon has Synchronize, wild Pokemon that you encounter will 100% have the same nature. So this immensely speeds up breeding, because you can just hunt for a Pokemon that has the nature you want and then breed from that. So I just have like a whole box full of Ralts that have Synchronize and a bunch of different natures. You can just go out with like an Adamant Ralts and go ahead and find an Adamant Gibble. You should use Jolly on Garchomp though. I would put it in useful for nature hunting. You know what? I agree. Congratulations, Synchronize. And yeah, especially useful for legendaries, because, I mean, it's a static encounter. Just go ahead and lead with a Pokemon that has Synchronize and the nature you want the legendary to have. Great. Okay, not that much to say about Synchronize. Almost done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. 7 left. I think we're going to finish this before noon here. Not bad. Not even 5 hours. What a casual. Does it work in Gen 7? I don't know. I think it had a reduced chance in Gen 7. It wasn't 100% yet. We can just check that right now. Synchronize. So let's see. In Gen 8, it was guaranteed. And... So it looks like from Emerald to Gen 8, it was 50% chance. Yeah. And then in Gen 8, it was buffed to be 100% chance. Looks like how... I think that's the way you interpret this, right? Yeah. Because if there were changes, they would have mentioned it in 6 or 7. Okay, good. Thick Fat. I used to have this ability when I was younger. But no longer. I guess we'll probably I'll do that again. Yeah. So Thick Fat. I used to have this ability all throughout high school. Back when I was a Munchlax, but no longer. So Thick Fat gives you pretty much a resistance to ice and fire. It just reduces the damage you take from those types by half. Those abilities still... Okay, how do we say this? So, so Thick Fat reduces the damage you take from fire and ice attacks by half. It basically gives you a resistance, but it doesn't actually change the type effectiveness. So if you're, say, Piloswine, you're still weak to fire, but the calculation works out that you're not. Fire and ice are both really strong attacking types, and this just gives you a resistance to them. Sounds pretty good to me. This is great. I think I'll put it up here with Sturdy. It's great. Very nice. 2 free resistances. Well, not free. 2 resistances to 2 very strong offensive types. Nice. Thick Fat, most common ability among Pokemon fans. That's mean. Thick Fat Snorlax is really good? Yeah. Give me 2 resistances. Gimme. Okay. I think that's it for Thick Fat, right? It doesn't have any special interactions. Doesn't it just make you take 50% more damage if you are weak to fire or ice? What do you mean by that? Thick Fat Dugong for 1/8 of the damage. We're tanking ice moves. But unfortunately, we're using Dugong. Okay. Next. Trace. I think Tracy was an anime character, and he left without a trace. What happened to him? I mean, it serves him right for having a Scyther, but choosing to use Marill. What a loser. Trace is very hard to evaluate because what ability is it? It's your opponent's ability. In most cases, it's actually very strong, right? Because if your opponent is using a Pokemon, they probably have So, this is deceptively strong. So, if your opponent is using a Pokemon, it's probably because that Pokemon is good, right? Part of being a good Pokemon is that they have a good ability. Well, now you have a good ability. Thanks. You can bounce Intimidate back onto your opponent. If you're against an electric type, well, now you're absorbing their attacks. If you're against a water type that has water absorb, well, now you're absorbing their water attacks. Tons of uses that you wouldn't really think would pop up that often, but they do. It's really good on, like, Porygon 2. Somebody mentioned Trace is the ability of all Sonic OCs. Do not steal, but I guess you can trace. It's good. I think overall it ends up being a lot better than you would expect it to be. I think we'll put it around here as... You would think... Yeah, great against Chlorophyll and Swift Swim Sweepers as well. Yeah, you would think that this wouldn't be that useful, right? Because how would you have the same synergies with the ability that your opponent has? But you often do. It's very weird. Good ability. And somebody mentioned that trace often leads to very funny text, like when you trace your opponent's thick fat or you trace your opponent's strong jaw. Like you can trace physical things, which is very weird. But there are certain abilities you can't trace, namely a lot of like transforming abilities don't actually work. We'll actually take a look at those. If you just search Trace, it tries to tell you about Tracy. He's screaming for somebody to notice him. Yeah, so these abilities you see on screen right now, I'm not going to read them all out, but these are the abilities that you actually cannot copy with Trace. So a lot of just signature abilities that are like intrinsic to the physical characteristics of the Pokemon that has the ability. But you can still copy Thick, Fat, and Strong Jaw. Okay. Can you trace Wonder Guard? Looks like you can. You can trace Trace? How deep can we go? Let's just search Wonder Guard and see if it's even mentioned here. Yeah. Trace can copy Wonder Guard. Nice. Alright. Truant. This one's a softball, right? Obviously, it's the worst ability that we're covering today because it's actively negative, right? You skip half your turns, but just because an ability is terrible doesn't mean it's bad. Let me explain. So remember that this was the generation where they introduced abilities, Gen 3. And this is a great way to teach new players, hey, not all abilities are good. Some actually have negative effects. Remember, because you encounter Slackoth really early in the forest. And then when you have to fight your dad, he's got these Pokemon with crazy stats. How do you beat Slacking? Well, you take advantage of the fact that it cripples itself with Truant. Very good ability for teaching new players mechanics. In that sense, I think it's actually a great ability. It's also great for teaching kids the word truant, because if you tell me that you played a Pokemon game and already knew what truant meant, you're lying, okay? There's no way you did. Every kid was busting out the dictionary to find out what in the world truant actually means. And truant opens up, interesting design space, right? That's how you can get away with giving a normal Pokemon an insane 670 BST, right? Same as a covered legendary. Because you can keep them in check. Well, more than keep them in check. Make them bad using an ability. I think the only Pokemon that actually have Truant are the Slacking line and also Durant. And I guess Durant you're supposed to use entrainment to give your opponent Truant. Doesn't really seem worth it, but it's fun. Gen 3 all about getting kids to learn new words and read Braille. Bring back Lomi, okay? I learned Lomi from Gen 3. Why did they nerf Lomi in the new games? Stop nerfing the vocab, Game Freak. Truant is made to be limiting. It's actually really good to limiting your opponent's if you switch the ability. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. And while we're talking about Truant, because that is so intrinsically tied to Slacking, I do have to mention people who think that, oh, you can use Giga Impact on Slacking because he's going to miss a turn anyway. Be careful, okay? Because on your Truant turn, you can switch. But if you use Giga Impact and are forced into Recharge, then you can't switch. So there actually is still a downside to using Giga Impact, which is why you should use Hyper Beam instead. You didn't see that coming. Okay. That's enough of that. Sorry. Lomi. Justice for Lomi. Okay. Volt Absorb and Water Absorb. I mean, we can probably do these together because they're pretty much the same, except they absorb different types. So, Volt Absorb, if you get hit by an electric type attack, you don't take damage and you heal 25% of your HP. Cool. Water Absorb. If you get hit by a water move, you don't take damage and you regain 25% of your HP. Cool. Where was Lightning Rod? We'll just put it with Lightning Rod. Different upside. There we go. So you can either absorb your opponent's moves, or you can use both of these abilities to your advantage in doubles with spread moves from your partner. So you can absorb a discharge from your partner or a surf from your partner. And heal yourself up that way. Nice. Just gives you a type immunity. Sounds good. Does Slacking learn U-turn? I don't think so. Why the colors on the icons? So I have blue are like defensive abilities, yellow are like other, and red are offensive boosts. I explained that in a terrible order, but that's why. Do these have any weird interactions with Liquid Ooze? I don't think so, because Liquid Ooze has to do with you absorbing your opponent's health, and with Volt Absorb and Water Absorb, it's just you getting hit and then healing from like nothing. Would be better if they weren't on those types of Pokemon, yeah. So like electric types get Volt Absorb, but they already resisted electric, right? So it's not really that much of a benefit. And water Pokemon get Water Absorb, but they already resisted water, so But it's still nice, right? I mean, healing is way better than resisting, right? Anything to add about the absorb abilities? I don't think so. I think that's pretty much everything. Yeah. So, good point to mention. Water Absorb is absolutely critical in attempting to stop Dracovish and Fishious Rend, because resisting is not enough. You have to be immune, so you need either Water Absorb or Storm Drain. Ooh, Volcanion gets Water Absorb. Cool. Does Volcanion even exist, though? Alright, we're almost done. Water Veil. Somebody asked earlier if there was a version of Magma Armor that, like, negated burn. Well, there is. It's called Water Veil. People forget this ability exists. Who could blame them? I mean, getting burned kind of sucks. You don't want to get burned. So I guess if you have Water Veil, you can't be burned. Cool. All fire types, I guess, have this ability because none of them can be burned. But they don't incorporate any water. What Pokemon actually have Water Veil? I know Seaking does. But Seaking also has Lightning Rod, so you definitely use that. Who actually has Water Veil? Look at these champions with Water Veil. Seaking, Mantine, Wailord, Huntail, Floatzel, Lumineon. Oh my god, the C tier, the patron ability of the C tier. Who cares? Floatzel's okay. Anything to add about Water Veil? Wailord. People are just typing Wailord. What does that mean? Oh, you're just telling me that Wailord also had Water Veil, right? Yeah, okay. Avoiding the attack drop from burn is cool. Yeah, negating burn is a pretty big advantage, but it's not that. I mean, that's why the not useless has a question mark. Wailord, people just typing Wailord. I mean, okay, Wailord, Wailmer Pale, watering berries, planted in loamy soil. It's all connected to loamy. Okay, I appreciate the attempt. Ha! You better have some. Yeah, stick to burn heal. Who's using Pokemon who can burn against all those water types anyway? I mean, they're probably just throwing Will-O-Wisps around and hoping not to hit a Guts Pokemon. The best thing about Wailord is that it can explode. I think it's supposed to be like a blimp, right? So it sort of inflates, which is why it can explode. I mean, Floatzel, hey, you can negate burn. But what's this other ability? Oh, it's Swift Swim. Should probably use that. Oh, the humanity. I've lost 6% of my health a turn. Alright. Fine. Okay, well, we saved one of the most interesting for last. It's Wonder Guard. Whenever I hear Wonder, I always think of Wonder Bread, because I'm an American, so... I wonder where this will go. Very hard to evaluate because, again, because this is a single Pokemon signature ability, this is basically asking how good is Shedinja. And in cases where you have a super effective move, obviously Shedinja sucks, right? It dies instantly. But if you don't have a super effective move, it's invincible. And in very narrow metagames, like, say, Ubers against Kyogre, Shedinja's invincible. Wow. So, not nearly as big of a meme as you would think. I don't know if I would necessarily call this good, but I think in the cases where it's good, it's very good. So I'm actually going to put Wonder Guard at the bottom of very useful, because there are definitely scenarios where you're like, man, I need Shedinja. Shedinja also has tons of fun uses in various challenges, just because of the effect of being completely immune to all non-super effective hits is very interesting. Very interesting. And I'm glad Game Freak was creative and said, like, hey, we're going to give a Pokemon a completely wacky mechanic. 1 HP, only damaged by super effective moves. Very fun. And of course, every elite hacker, the first thing they have to do is go ahead and give Wonder Guard to Spiritomb and Sableye back in the day when Fairy didn't exist and you could go ahead and make them invincible. There are still ways to hit Wonder Guard Pokemon with no weaknesses. I mean, you have to negate their ability, or you can use Mold Breaker. But, I mean, that's like meme hack territory, right? That doesn't actually happen. Skill swap Wonder Guard. Can you actually do that? I know there's like restrictions on... There's restrictions on how you can interact with Wonder Guard. I'm just checking here. Yeah, so you can't roleplay Wonder Guard, and you can't skill swap Wonder Guard, but you can trace it. Due to a glitch, Fire Fang is able to hit through Wonder Guard even if the target does not have a weakness to Fire-type moves. That is so specific and bizarre. But they fixed it in Gen 5. You can no longer bypass Wonder Guard with Fire Fang. Okay. PokeStar Studios. Oh. I appreciate that Shedinja gets Double Edge in Final Gambit. I'm assuming it gets that from the pre-evolution, right? Fun useless fact, in Gen 4, Wonder Guard does not protect against Fire Fang at all. Yeah. It's glued to Shedinja pretty much. Yeah. It's very hard to actually move Wonder Guard off of Shedinja. But there are ways to do it. Ironically, Wonder Guard is not even the best ability for Shedinja because Sturdy, because you only have 1 HP and 1 HP is full HP, Sturdy effectively makes you invincible against direct damage. If you have Sturdy Shedinja, then the only way to kill you is to either negate your ability or to use passive damage. So like Hail, Sandstorm, Poison, Burn, those will still kill you. Passive forms of damage have always bypassed Wonder Guard. You gotta watch out for that. I do like how creative they got in Gen 3 with abilities and such. It was a new toy. Yeah, I think there's lots of very fun and creative abilities in Gen 3. Wonder Guard. Truant, I think is a fun ability. It's not good, but it's a fun design. I just got back. Why is Shadow Tag at the top? It's in the Shadow Realm, bro. It's banned. It's too powerful to be allowed. Shedinja also learns Sandstorm? Well, isn't Ninkata a ground type? I think that's why it can still learn Sandstorm, right? Because it could learn that as a Ninkata. Ninkata? Ninsada? How do you say that? Isn't Sandvale also banned? I guess so. But the Shadow Realm isn't just for banned. Like, I think there's a difference between Sandvale being banned for being, like, annoying and RNG, and Shadow Tag being banned because it's too powerful. Like, Shadow Tag is explicitly banned because it's too strong. You're right, it's probably like Cicada, right? So it should be Ninkata. And because it's like Ninja. You're right, thank you. It should be like Ninkata. So Ninkata is what it is. Okay. I think this is our list. Does anybody have any complaints or suggestions they would like to make aside from moving color change? Doesn't Shedinja get sub to? I think it does. Yes, you can. There's lots of ways to troll with Shedinja. What a great Pokemon. Sandstorm over Sun. I'm excuse me, Sandstream over Drought, right? Fun fact: Swift Swim is the most common ability. Really? I didn't know that. Damp might need to go down. Can you fix the text at the top? It's the Shadow Realm, bro. I can't enter. I have no idea why it's doing this. I'm sorry. Chlorophyll and meta? Nah, I think Chlorophyll is significantly worse than Swift Swim. Damp might need to go down. Where's Damp? I think it's better than these things. It does actually stop something. I could see Sandstream over Drought. But I personally think Drought is stronger. Is Sandvale allowed in AG? I thought it was banned. AG stands for anything goes, right? So there's literally no rules. You can use 6 Fun Bros. Move Overgrow down with the grass type. Yeah, you could move Overgrow down. But I don't hate grass types that much. Make Flygon Desert Spirit and give T-Tar Sandstream? Ooh. Damp really doesn't do anything currently since explosion moves are not common at all. Yeah. Damp had really limited usage. If Damp Swampert had existed before the explosion nerf, it might have been nicer. AG still has infinite battle claws. You can't use Fun Bro? No. Plus and minus to bottom of useless. Ooh. If it's good enough to build a VGC team around, it's not useless? Oh, bottom of not useless. Okay, that makes more sense. I'm not sold. Sandvale is allowed in AG. Okay. It went from limited usage to next to no usage. Alright, we'll put Damp at the very bottom of not useless. And we'll put plus and minus at the very, very bottom of not useless. Not quite Damp. Put color change above plus and minus, please. Well, now they're even further below plus and minus. Effect Spore is kind of bad because it's on mushrooms that don't want to power poison because they use Spore. That's a very good point. That actually is worth mentioning. That Effect Spore is actually worse than it seems because the Pokemon that have Effect Spore have Spore without the effect, which is what they actually want to use. I don't think any Pokemon that has Effect Spore actually uses it, right? Because Breloom can use either Technician or Poison Heal. Amoonguss has Regenerator. You're definitely using that. And Parasect has Dry Skin, which you're probably going to use. No justice for Kecleon, I'm sorry. Are you positive about that? Okay. Plus and minus jokes. Let me see which Pokemon get Effect Spore. I think it's just those three. Maybe Shiinotic also gets it. So Shiinotic is a Pokemon that exists, by the way. Effect Spore. Oh, whoa! Eldegoss also gets it. Look at this ability. I think I want to use this one instead. Okay, Shiinotic might use it. Yeah, I mean, it's better than Illuminate. And I guess it's better than Rain Dish? Oh, Vileplume gets it. I guess Vileplume would use it if you're not on a Sun team, but then why are you using Vileplume? Parasect would rather use Dry Skin. Breloom would rather use Technician or Poison Heal. Amoonguss is 100% using Regenerator. Shiinotic might actually use it if it's not raining. Gossifleur would just use Regenerator. Are you guys ready for this? Shiinotic. Those with weaker constitutions may want to turn away. Look at this. What is this? Disgusting. Why is this thing so bad? Oh. Awful. Why? Why is it so bad? I can't believe this Pokemon exists. At least it's a fairy type. Oh, it's like 100 stat points too low. They're really, like, I feel like they're scared about giving Mushroom Pokemon actually good stats because Spore is too good. What about this? This is good. I like this. This has Spore. Oh, okay. Alright, I think we've covered pretty much everything. This took way longer than I thought. I'd never even heard of it. Honestly, I wouldn't know about it except in my Discord server, The Cellar, link in the description. There is a bot called Poke2 that occasionally like spawns Pokemon that you can catch. But to catch them, you have to actually type their name out. And this thing popped up. I'm like, what is this? Milotic? Oh, Shiinotic. Okay, I had to look it up. I had no idea. I had no clue. That thing and hey, did you guys know this is a Pokemon? It's true. Get ready. Comfy. It's a real fairy type Pokemon. With these stats. Better than Shiinotic. Okay. Breloom has Spore, but 4x weak to flying. I mean, 4x weak to flying is not that big a deal. I mean, it is a deal, but, I mean, you're probably going to be dying to neutral moves or just regular super effective moves. Like, Breloom doesn't actually get hit. It just hits you with Technician Mach Punch. It makes me uncomfy. Its ability is pretty cool. What are these comfy fans? What is this ability? Flower Veil or Triage? I'm assuming you're talking about Triage being the useful one. Increase the priority of moves that restore HP used by the Pokemon with the ability by 3. Hey, that is a cool ability. It's like Super Prankster. But it's not a prank, bro, because you're helping your friends. See, if you help your friends, you get even more priority than if you're trying to do a prank. Very nice. Gen 7 abilities when? Stream was pretty comfy. Yeah, okay, so thanks everybody for joining me for today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. I'll be working on the premium edit, I guess, today. Hopefully I'll have it on the main channel this weekend. I already have an idea. The biggest hurdle for me is the intro. I already know what I'm going to do for that. Liquid Ooze needs to move up because it counters Comfy. Does it? I guess if Comfy tries to Drain Kiss you, yeah. I still can't wait to super chat. Yeah, so I gotta do last minute chilling, right? So thank you everybody for joining the stream. If you're not subscribed to this channel, please do so, because the subscriber number does actually matter. We need to get it to 1,000 so we can get emotes back, and so I can make money. But mostly so I can get emotes back, because emotes are a huge part of the streaming experience, and I can't use them until we get to 1,000. I don't know why YouTube locks it like that. Custom emotes, that is. You can still use Budget Onyx. He's always here for you. I hope you enjoyed. I'm going to go ahead and start editing this once it's... It depends a lot on when the VOD is actually available, because sometimes YouTube takes a really long time to process it. So I'm going to go, I guess, keep myself from gaining thick fat. We're going to work out, and hopefully by the end of that, processing will be done and I can start on the premium. But what is this? This is like almost 5 hours long, so it's probably not going to be done today. It'll come out tomorrow, if anything. But what's happening tomorrow? Same time as this stream started. It's Telefang Part 3, baby. So, please join us for that. If you have any interest at all in learning about Telefang, just seeing what the Pokemon with cell phones experience is like, I think it's actually pretty fun. The very first Telefang stream got off to a really slow start because we had to do a bunch of story stuff. But I think this stream will be more like the second one, where there's going to be a lot more gameplay. We're already deep into the story. It's just going to be fighting Pokemon. Not Pokemon. Fighting Telemon is what we've been calling them, with our buddies on speed dial. Color change should be up. Did the color change detractors leave? Here you go. Just for you. But I'm cutting this part out of the premium. They'll never know. I'd watch what my cousin is getting married this weekend. Nothing but excuses. I hope you have fun. Is there anything I need to record? I think we did a premium intro, so we already have that. So I think we just need to do like a thanks for watching for the premium, right? Yeah. And that's it. Color change is still bad. Sorry, because this part's actually going in the premium edit, I have to lie and move color change back. I'll try to be there for Telefang or Onyx will leave. I mean, no pressure. I mean, there will always be a VOD up. And for people who aren't interested in the live stream but are still curious about the game, once I complete the game, I intend to make like a series overview and intro in like a highly edited format. Probably like going over like the story of the game, the battle mechanics, all of that. So that is going to happen once the series is done. But of course, please feel free to stop by. Just got off work. No way, it's literally the end. Yeah, sorry. You're about 2 minutes away from the end. I'm just going to record the goodbye, and then we're going to switch to the end screen. But thanks for joining us. Telefang retrospective. I got to use all the keywords, right? So Telefang retrospective analysis, a video essay. We got to make it sound really really pompous, right? So the duality of telecommunications and the death of interpersonal interaction. There you go. Everybody's just on their phones. Nobody's talking face to face anymore, and it's all because of Telefang. Okay. Retrospective. Imported cheese fresh too long. Oh, the title is too long, yeah. This game is insane. You won't believe what he called me to say. The Telefang report, a cellular retrospective. I'd say that a cellular retrospective doesn't make any sense, but a lot of the titles don't make any sense, so that's fine. How the name entry screen traumatized me. The name entry screen was the most difficult boss of the entire game. I'm saying that right now. It took like 10 minutes. Okay. I'm going to record the outro, and then I'll go to the outro, and then that'll be it for today. So here we go. You used to call me on my Telefang. Gonna get copyright claimed. Okay. And here is our completed Pokemon Generation 3 ability tier list. Nobody can argue about anything other than maybe Sandstream should be better than Drought, and maybe Color Change shouldn't actually be in Useless. But other than that, I don't want to hear anything. Except in the comments. Please feel free to comment because they help out with the visibility of the video, and also because I'm interested in seeing your thoughts on this. I do see every comment, although I don't necessarily respond to all of them, but I do see them because I don't actually get that many. So please comment. And I hope to see you in the next tier list, whenever that is. Probably in a couple of weeks. I got a couple other projects I want to work on. So thank you for joining me today, if you happen to. And if you're watching the premium, thank you for stopping by and watching that. All right. Anything else? Oh yeah. Even if you're not interested in live streams, please subscribe to Imported Cheese Fresh, because I have to get it to 1,000 subscribers to re-enable custom emotes. Please. All we can use now are buffering emotes for Budget Onyx, okay? It's not very exciting. Thank you for your support. Goodbye. Is the end of the outro, and to you guys in the chat right now, I'll also say goodbye. Thank you for joining. I'm going to switch over to the end screen now, and it'll be up for about 2 minutes, and then the stream itself will end. So, thanks a lot, everybody, and I hope to see you tomorrow for Telefang Part 3. Goodbye.